The appreciation. Wonderful. Wonderful. Alright, man, this area is so, like, aesthetically pleasing. I like, they just put, like, an eye candy window here, right? It's a little annoying, by the way. Like, the fact that there's no waypoint here. You gotta walk all the way from over there. But, anyways, Dehya appreciation stream. Just like this area is wonderful, Dehya is wonderful too, and this music is far too dramatic for this stream concept. To be clear, Dehya is wonderful. I don't think Dehya is dramatic enough to necessitate that, but anyways, we're mostly just going to do my normal, you know, Genshin things that we all do. But I figured I wanted to play around with Dehya a little bit. It is worth mentioning that, like, I have used Dehya a little bit less since we have gotten new off-field pyro options. Particularly in my case, I like to press E on Mika and do nothing else. E-bot Mika has replaced some of the utility for Dehya for me, particularly because of the fact that I'm the type of player who, not even like necessarily just like the damage, it's more just like the convenience of it not being a coordinated attack and just auto-targeting enemies within range kind of thing, rather than like, yeah, like it's just like more pleasing as far as like reaction teams go. Not even ignoring the damage, right, from Mika's skill versus like Dehya's skill, which isn't like crazily different, by the way, right?
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get.
Like this 108% attack plus 2% of her HP, which gets bonus scaling with C1. Like this damage is not crazily better or crazily worse than Mika, but it's just that Mika also has like a really strong artifact set. So like, point being, I've tended to like use Mika as an e-bot as far as like off-field pyro utility goes, in place of how I used Dehya before. But that's been fine because my preference, as I have invested more in Dehya, has been to use her more as an on-fielder, right? And then I don't have to like worry about putting her on like tenacity or whatever. I still use her as an off-field sometimes if I really want to. But anyways, double checking my build hadn't changed at all. Yes, it has not. Okay, perfect. Isn't it better to use emblem? No, not really. This set is better, but it's not really better enough to be worth farming for, mostly. But it depends on what kind of team you're playing too. Like, quite frankly, there are some teams. I don't have C4 Dehya yet. There definitely are some teams. I could have sworn I had a different. What? I could have sworn I had a different crit ratio on Dehya before. I'm having a stroke. What was different on her? This was the same. This was the same. What did I change? Oh, was it her goblet? Oh, yeah, it was a goblet. Yeah, that was the piece I used to use her. Okay, we'll put her back on that. Well, okay. The other one puts her at over 40,000 HP, and that's kind of satisfying. Why not use MH? I don't like MH. Because build up time.
One simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
MH on Dehya is like good in theory, ugh in practice. Also ER needs as always. Also MH artifacts get swapped around to 100 different characters, and I like to leave Dehya on her own artifacts that I know she's on. And her own artifacts are also really nice for just like tanking utility too. Anyways, like the fact that people don't seem to understand the value of a defensive utility ability blows my mind. Ah, I hate dying. I love Zhongli. But ability that makes my characters tankier? Garbage! What? I don't, like, to be clear, I thought Dehya's kit was garbage on release too. But I very quickly understood after her release, oh, this is the intention for her. Anyway, whatever. So, whatever. Do you have her echo? Yes.
My people are used
She is
to
the only
their
echo I
life,
have.
But still,
I
I hope that one day they'll be able to
go back to
find
this other goblet
oasis of
quick
their own
because
and leave
I wanna think.
sandstorms behind for a better life.
like this crit ratio, these goblets are very similar, right? The main difference is really just that the other goblet has a little bit of more attack, right? But like her C1 makes her basically her damage basically evenly split between attack and HP. And like I already have a good smattering of like I have a really good balance of HP, ER, attack, substats for like a pretty universal build. So I feel like I don't really need that 1 attack percent substat. Therefore, these goblets are basically the same, just 1 more crit rate roll, 1 less crit damage roll. This build looks a lot less satisfying to me. It's not. It's actually not 1 more. It's I think. Is it 1 more? Sorry. I think it's a little bit more than 1 more because of low roll values, but yeah, 1 crit damage. Yeah. No, it is 1 more. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's just swapping a crit damage and HP roll. Or crit damage and crit rate roll. Like, this is technically a 1-to-2 ratio, or closer to a 1-to-2 ratio than the other build. So it's probably better. But, like, you know, I'll stick with this one. I'll stick with this one. Why? Because she's at 40k HP, and that's satisfying. Not that she doesn't have any particular need to be at 40k HP. I just like that. So, anyways. Blap. By the way, for what it's worth, yes, because I do think power creep is going to be somewhat enjoyable to use with Dehya. Part of the problem with doing Melt Dehya is if you do Melt Dehya instead of like what do I want to do? Why do I? Oh, is that whatever. I just. Oh, this game. The fact that I can't do my party list in here is just so funny to me. Alright,
This route.
your Dehya main friend is absolute seething. You got C2 Dehya from Wishing Alone? I would be too. Alright, Blap. I'll save the rest of my coins for now. I'll buy more later this week. Don't worry. Get her Echo as a birthday gift? I can't get what I already have. Unfortunately. I could do it again. Wait, can you do it again? I never checked.
But at least it doesn't hide. What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the
like I'm barely not at 160 resin. It's really annoying. It's so annoying not to be at 160 resin. I guess it's fine because I will just we'll use what am I doing? I know we can't farm for Varessa's weapon material today. It's tomorrow. So yeah. Anyways, can I rate your Dehya build, please? I'm intending to do a unit review stream tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe if I get bored, we'll look at Dehya builds. Let's craft 3 of these. Then we'll go to use those. But yeah, as far as power creep is concerned. And by power creep, I mean her. I'm talking about a specific unit. One problem that Dehya Melt has is, one, that Dehya, even with double cryo teams, can't really melt her whole burst because she applies... Like, she doesn't apply a lot of pyro, right? But she applies pyro... Like, right, her burst only is a few seconds. But she hits pretty fast in those few seconds. And the rate at which she applies pyro in that short duration overtakes double cryo even. Like if you do Rosaria Sitlali. Kaya C6 and Sitlali can much more consistently, from what I've seen, can much more consistently hit an extra melt, but not consistently with like the last hit, notably on her burst when she does her the end of her burst does this incineration drive damage. This is a little bit higher scaling than her middle of burst damage, so missing a melt on that kind of sucks. She Who Shall Not Be Named will not really improve that situation because she's the same cryo applicate. Well, actually, I don't know. It depends on how the timing of things lines up. It's weird. It'll be interesting to test, but I don't suspect it will magically enable, like doing Sit Lolly plus She Who Shall Not Be Named is not going to magically enable Dehya to do more damage, is my point. But it should make it a lot more consistent, and should fix the main problem with doing Dehya Melt, which is that Dehya Melt, currently, if you're doing Dehya Melt, doesn't do that much damage outside of Dehya. Right? And Dehya, as usable as she is not the strongest DPS in the game. Right. So this is why, like, Furina Dehya teams,
high hopes for this journey.
Generally speaking, I would say feel much better. So like something like
Let's get this over with.
This might be the most satisfying, like, team that plays in an enjoyable way. Although ER needs on Dehya, question mark. But this team can get some melts on Dehya, but otherwise get some vaporizes. But even without Sit Lolly, right? The Dehya Furina combo is, generally speaking, the most enjoyable combo for making Dehya feel good, because you either get vaporizes on Dehya, or in the cases where, like, because Furina has variable hydro application, right? So sometimes Dehya's pyro will overtake the hydro, depending on the timing exactly of things. And if that happens, then that causes Furina to get a vaporize instead. So, like, you have this relationship where either Dehya gets a beneficial scaling reaction or Furina gets a beneficial scaling reaction, regardless of which one's technically better. You're getting, like, satisfying damage numbers occurring on screen, and it makes the team feel pretty consistent to play. If you try to do, you know, Melt,
Whatever you need.
so we could say, you know, something like this, or we could do
All warmed up.
Bennett instead, of course. Actually, I haven't checked this variant with Eons on, but one, notably, Dehya, being that her damage is split between attack scaling damage and HP scaling damage, she gains less from Bennett than someone like Arlecchino does, for example, or Mika. So someone like Eons on, I think, actually has potential to be meaningfully better than Bennett here, which is kind of interesting. But anyways, the point being, if we change this, because of the fact that she's not super reliant on attack buffing to deal meaningful damage because of her HP scaling, not in the same way that other units are, then something like double cryo is a bit more compelling.
I hear you've got a job for
But Voldemort, who it's seeming like she's not going to be changed at all. So from here on, I'm going to mostly evaluate Voldemort as she is, and not in the hopes of what I think she will be. Although I will say that as far as the hopes of what she will be, I will likely power her down. So anyways, point being, right, with Melt currently, like, Rosaria as an option, like, Rosaria could be configured to deal some decent damage, but, like, without other buffers specifically configured to buff Rosaria more, like, say, Bennett buffing Rosaria because Rosaria can snapshot, or Shenhe buffing Rosaria. Rosaria's damage itself is not that high. It's not super low, like, to be clear. Burst ticks for 224%, but it's only 8-second up, or sorry, like 12-second uptime, I believe. Yeah, 12-second uptime with C2. You know, so anyways, Rosaria can be valuable here, is my point. But it's not going to be the same as you-know-who. It's not the same as you-know-who. If you don't know who, it's fine. Just wait 3 weeks. I'll make a stream more about it in the future. I'm simply mentioning it now to get it out of the way. And I like that. And for what it's worth, it's one of the benefits of having this overpowered character being released in the future, right? Is that if I use this overpowered character for something like this, cool. But I don't love it on a game balance level that you know, a lot of characters' best teams might become. Anyway, whatever. So, yep, Voldemort got no changes, and I'm not surprised. I said before how I wasn't going to be surprised if she got no changes because of the fact of how simple she is, how simple her kit is. Means like I think MiHoYo knows exactly how they wanted to balance the character, and that seems to be the case. So yeah. Anyways, I do want to try actually this Eonson team. Where I do not know if I'll have the energy. Why am I blind? There she is. Because I have not tried this yet.
Started.
I do not know if it's gonna work like I hope it will. Wonder what the rotation is. I think we do like Dehya into Eonson, into Sitlali, into Shilonen. That would work. But yeah, energy needs might be a bit sus in this team. That's always the problem. This is why I would have been over the moon to get a Dehya C4 from Standard Banner instead of that Tignari. Oh well. Why not Dehya into Shilonen? Because why does Shilonen need to go first? But also my Shilonen's on instructors. We have 2 scroll users. I would much rather keep Eon's on scroll. So, and we don't really need to worry about maintaining Eonson buff up time for Dehya after her burst is done, because her burst is short, right? Like, it should be perfectly fine as long as we don't fall too far below. We'll see. It might, but there's some tech we can do. Like, if we fall below 42 Night Soul, for example, if we do Dehya into Eonson, into Sitlali, into Shilonen, and we fall below 42 Night Soul, when we switch to Dehya, all we probably have to do is something like a dash when we like switch to Shilonen, right? I think that's one way we could get some extra Night Soul out. Do something like this in combat, and then do her stuff, and then switch to Dehya. I think there's pretty easy ways around it to keep up the buff properly. But we shall see. Maybe this won't work. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. Blap. How exciting. Okie dokie. What's worth, by the way, I do have Shilonen. If I had Sitlali not with her signature weapon, I would probably do Dehya into Shilonen into Eonson, or Dehya into Eonson into Shilonen into Sitlali. Like, I would do Sitlali before Dehya with a TDDS, but yeah. But anyways, Shilonen is C2 with her signature weapon for what it's worth here. You know, don't expect exactly the same results. The Dehya C2 won't do that much, to be clear. I do think the Dehya signature weapon will do a meaningful amount. And also I do think this weapon in this team context is not crazily better, but not better than TDDS. So, you know. Anyways. Try book tech double crystallize Furina Dehya. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah, we're going to go here. And then we'll go do weekly bosses. Wait, I need energy. I need to get energy before I go to this stupid domain. I would not be happy otherwise. That works. Don't kill me. By the way, do we want to reverse here? You know, I actually, sorry. God dang it. This is kind of talking about Voldemort, but we're technically not talking about Voldemort. We're farming Skirk artifacts right now. And we can reverse what Skirk's minimum DPS is going to be. No, I'm not going to do that right now. But go look at Ayaka's multipliers. If you add up all of Ayaka's multipliers together to get what her motion value is in rotation, add like at minimum 50%. So if Ayaka's like motion value is, when you add all her multipliers together, is around the neighborhood of I don't know. It's probably around the neighborhood of what, 4,000%? I'm guessing. Is it even that high? I don't even know if it's that high. But like, if it's 4,000%, whatever Ayaka's motion value is, like adding all of her multipliers together in a rotation, add that up and turn it into like 6,000%. That's what Skirk will have. at a baseline. I cannot tell you how good Skirk will be in different kinds of specific teams right now, but we can pretty strongly guess that she will at least be that. She will at least be 50% better than Ayaka. I will eat my sock if that's not the case. I didn't say better than Mika, I said Ayaka. I don't know what reality you were living in where you thought I said Mika there. I swear to God, if she's 50% better than Mika, this game is extremely cooked. But I wouldn't be surprised if she's better than Mika. I would not be surprised at all if Skirk ends up having a 150k DPS team. Would not surprise me. That would be territory of take Ayaka's damage multipliers and double them. So, you know. But I don't think she's gonna be better than Mika. We'll see. Anyways, I want to turn down the audio for me a little bit for Genshin, which, can I do that without affecting you? Not as I currently have things balanced. I don't know, it just feels, it didn't feel too loud yesterday, but it feels too loud today for me. I don't know why. There we go. Put it at 80%. Alright. So do this.
Quick as a flash. Suffer the wrath of... Bring it. You're dead meat.
2 mounts. Okay. Interesting.
Control breathing. Start to fulfill our
How? Okay, so Lolly doesn't have enough ER on this team. That's interesting. Okay. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. This,
quick as a flash. On my mark. Get to work.
well, blap.
Get it on.
DER also a tag cooked. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. I would really like to get C4 Dehya. If I have any complaint with Dia's kit, it's that why did they feel the need to make her energy situation this bad? It's like oh well. I guess I logged this on it being a 4-line. That's why the world loves Bennett, Battery King. Eon's on is better than Bennett for energy. A unit on Fav who generates consistent particles, even if it's not element matched, I believe is generally speaking is better. I know this is the case for Gaming, by the way, because I did the numbers for Gaming, and Dehya is also a pyro character, so it should be the same for, and like it. If Bennett is not better for energy for Gaming, Bennett is not better for energy for Dehya. Well, okay, sorry. Bennett might be better for energy for Dehya because of the fact that you have more field time flexibility to funnel particles. So, I guess Bennett is better for energy for Dehya in that regard, whereas you don't normally want to funnel with Gaming. It's a good energy recharge for Lisa. Depends on what weapon you're using, but 8 million? Not really an exaggeration, but it depends on what weapon you're using. It depends how you're using Lisa. Oh wait, I didn't. Oh crap! I need to. Oopsies. Well, oh well. Please, Fab. Are you serious? I have an R5 Fab.
Stronger. Fulfill our path. Keep lollying and speed. Fuck off.
Getting the 220k mounts is kind of satisfying. Okay, yeah. Without reconfiguring builds, this is not the build I would want to use. It's safe to say. Yeah. I would like C4 Dehya. That's fine. Oh, I didn't show her birthday art yet. How dare I not do that? What? I wonder if, funnily enough, I wonder if the optimal thing to do in this case is like put Sit Lolly on. So put Shilonen on. Well, Shilonen doesn't have to be on Scroll, but I could put Eons on like Noblesse. Put Shilonen on Scroll, right? And do like Dehya into Shilonen, into Eonson, into Sit Lolly, and if I can get a Sit Lolly melt on her burst with Sit Lolly instead of on Cinder City, put her on Obsidian Codex. I don't want to do that right now though because of energy problems. I'd probably have to use Sacrifice. But as a funny idea of like trying to increase the team DPS by getting Sit Lolly to crit consistently. Dehya's C4 energy, yeah. Which I don't really have any artifacts to give her more energy than I have unless I do a Pyro Goblet with ER. Which I do not have. I mean, I do have, but it's this one, and that's kind of sad. Yeah. Anyways, I like Sat Lolly. I like Sat Lolly too, but I have her signature, and her signature is quite enjoyable with C1 Sat Lolly. Just trying to decide. Yeah, well, it's fine. Blap. I do not think this is my preferred variant of a Dehya melt team, as it currently stands. Of course, I can't crit. Did I miss crits on both melts? I think I did. Oh boy. That's all I'm plotting. Yep. Not getting Fab procs on a shielded thing. Yep. Classic Fab doesn't work on shields moment. I can't. Why am I missing I missed I crit on a melt every single time I think in that attempt. What? Just what? Whatever. Oh yeah, I could have Sit Lolly jump plunge. That's true. Alright, well. Have I publicized my age? I'm 7,832 years old. But yes, I have publicized my age. Outside of being silly. But I choose to be silly about it because the question pops up too often. I'm back in Tenacity. Why? Take your best guess. It's actually good. Kind of wanted something like that. I sound mid-20s, not gonna lie. I don't think I any longer qualify as mid-20s. I'm not 30 yet. But next year's gonna feel weird. So you're 29? Well, I have not had 29 birthdays. This is the truth. I have not had 29 birthdays. Damn your uncle age. I mean, my sister does have children. 2. Turning 25. God, I hate it here. I mean, the weird thing is, like, I don't know. I've just never been someone who cared about getting older that much. Like, my family, for a long time, was like, oh, what do you want to do for your birthday? Nothing. Leave me alone. And in my adult life, I have been successful at that. Because it's too annoying for people to, like, plan and get together when everyone's an adult. around birthdays unless you really specifically plan for it ahead of time. So people tell me happy birthday, and I'm like, thanks, and then I get to be alone on my birthday, and I don't really care. I don't know. It's one of those things that like the only thing I care about as far as getting older is if I get unhealthier as I progress in age, and my goal is to keep myself healthy enough to stave off that effect as much as possible. So, anyways, 24 and I still feel 18. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I don't feel like I'm almost 30, but yeah. Anyways, I'm 35, maybe. I don't know. I have not had 29 birthdays, and I have not had more than 29. Brain. What the specific phrasing I should... What am I doing? The specific phrasing I should use is that I have not had more than 29 birthdays. No, I have not had more than 28 birthdays. I'm gonna keep it more vague. Both are true. I said before that I already hadn't had 29 birthdays. I also haven't had 28 birthdays. I also haven't had 27 birthdays. I also have not had 26 birthdays. Of course. This is now the second double crit flower I've gotten in this set, and both have ER, the dead stat, or presumably dead stat. Because I'm so happy they're just releasing characters. Whatever. I'm so happy they're releasing characters that make for true dead stats in Genshin. It's just brilliant design. Let's invalidate one of the core design aspects of our game. Anyways, sorry. Sorry for being negative. It annoys me that they're like, all they had to do to make Mika not like actually interface with the existing energy is just make like to be clear, they could change the total amount of Night Soul needed or whatever, or the fighting spirit needed, but all they had to do was make it so energy recharge affected your fighting spirit generation. But anyways, whatever. Where is Varesa? I have her in a preset. Blappity blap. Bro didn't have a single birthday. No, I've had a single birthday. I've had more than a single birthday. It's always funny to me how like I've done this joke my whole life. I forgot I had that. I've done this joke my whole life, and it's always funny to me how people just, and I understand why, but people don't know what the joke is until I tell them. Like almost no one gets it. I don't think I saw anyone get it yet. Oh wait, sorry, I did see someone get it. Yeah, someone got it, but I think they got it because of the fact that they already knew. But anyways, I have had several birthdays, but I've definitely not had 25 birthdays, or 24 birthdays, or 23 birthdays. I have not had that many birthdays. Anyways, do I want to feed this in? It's tempting. Or do I want to throw this? Because like this is not bad, but it's also kind of low roll value. And I'm kind of the mindset right now that Skirk is going to be a bit OP. And I'm not even 100% set on getting Skirk, to be clear. I think I would get her, but that depends how our kit is actually designed. Bye, Excalibur. I'm tempted. Like, I shouldn't do it because I have this other piece already. Like, I should just feed this in. But, like, I think it's funnier. And it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, screw it. Screw it, we gamba. What's the worst that can happen? It's literally the same piece, by the way. Death percent, crit rate, crit damage. And I think both of them had a high roll crit rate start. So it's like the same exact artifact. Watch it roll exactly the same. Two low rolls into crit damage, a death percent roll, an ER roll, and a crit rate roll. That would be really funny. That's not the same. Huh, okay. We'll take it. That's better. Cool. To be clear, I think that there's a very good chance, by the way, that crit rate will not be a very priority stat on Skirk, but we'll see. That's a pretty big unknown. But I'll take it. It was a worthwhile gamba, I guess. I now no longer need to worry about feather. Well, most likely don't need to worry about feather, especially actually having that now. Like, if Skirk does actually have need for a bunch of crit rate, like she doesn't get a bunch of free crit rate, I could, in the worst case scenario, use this, whatever goblet. I don't actually have that many cryo goblets. That is not what? Why are you still showing what? Oh, filter. Sorry. I'm so confused. Yeah, I have that. I have that is a goblet. I don't think Skirk will need that, but this might become you-know-whose goblet. I have that. I'd probably have that. I don't know. So I have this in the worst case, though. And then I do have this circlet, which again, ER on a character that probably does not use ER, but I'm kind of only looking like I'm gonna need one timepiece at this point. So that's interesting. Let's look at a power creep build for a second, because I'm of the mood that I'm going to have this character not be on a very strong build. If Mihoyo's not going to balance her, then I'll do it myself. I'll balance this lady myself. First of all, yeah, she can have attack circlet. It's probably worse than a crit circlet. Who cares? And then, yeah, she's probably going to need ER anyways. May as well bias towards ER. And then we can save this goblet for real cryo DPSs like Charlotte. And then, ooh, I might need another ER timepiece. Well, if I succeed in moving my Furina over to 4-piece tenacity permanently, then I don't. What am I doing to Mika? I'm not doing anything to Mika. Mika's a better character than you-know-who. Because he's a loadout. Sorry. I might need another ER timepiece. Shoot. I do have that. Okay. I forgot I had that. How long have I had that? Good lord. Okay. Equip this for now. And then, yeah, she can use this. And then, yeah, she can use this. So this means my official should be back to proper levels. Because originally I was like, hey, if they're going to release a balanced character, there we go, there's official. A little bit imbalanced, actually. I think I used to have a different goblet on her, but what? You know what? I kind of like that goblet on her, actually. I kind of like that a little bit more. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. Balancing this character myself. So that. Yeah, seems fine. She ascends with crit rate, by the way, so add 20% crit rate. There we go. I balanced her. I fixed her build. I fixed her balance. There we go. Success. I'm pretty sure I just turned her into a balanced character. Let's go. Let's go. Right? Let me double check something. Royal Spear? Yeah. What's the problem with it? And if I moved Furina, to be clear, if I move Furina and I don't need the extra ER to, I don't know, I'm probably just going to leave her on a high ER build as LOL. I don't want to have to worry about it. To be clear, like if I make a video where I'm specifically designing a team around maximizing Voldemort's damage, I will change her build. But I'm currently of a mind, oh, I forgot to give her the other timepiece. Actually, wait. Sorry, we might. Sorry, you were doing a gearing stream. I'm sorry. So I'm not gonna level this up right now, but I will probably level it up. Let's look real quick. So this is perfectly fine though. With her having crit ascension, she'll be at like 50% crit rate. Royal Spear will make her crit occasionally. Bam, perfect build. I see no flaws in it. And if I need, I can just get more copies of Royal Spear. Wait, how much Star Glitter do I have? I'll commit to the gimmick. If Mihoyo's not going to balance his character, I will. I have 89. I'm so tempted. The problem is like I need some Star Glitter. I need some Star Glitter for what's it called? I haven't really. I mean, we're looking at Effie right now, Osorio. I'm considering getting Royal Spear dupes as like a. Here, I can have a really cope-looking build, but actually still usable build, particularly if I get Royal Spear refines. I need it for Lisa? Yeah. Like, I know I could afford to buy one right now. For sure. I want more copies of this. But I also would have to wish more then, and to be able to get my Star Glitter resources back. Like I can't properly estimate if I was still gonna do stupid, you know, what does X amount of dollars get you on banner videos? Then yeah, I'm probably gonna have enough Star Glitter and I wouldn't have to worry about it. But I'm gonna wait for now. I'm gonna wait for now. So I don't know exactly. I really do want to get Kaya, Lisa, Amber, C6 this year. So that is, you know, I forgot I need 3 copies of you. Well, so 2 copies of you this year. I already got 1 copy of Amber, so I need 1 more, right? Yeah. So, and then Lisa. Where's Lisa? Yeah, 2 copies of you. So that's, you know, 34, 68. That's yeah. 100, 102, 100. Yeah. Yeah, I probably shouldn't.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Oh well, it's fine. I want R3 now for your dripped out Candace. Nice. But yeah, I would like extra copies of Royal Spear for Effie. Unironically. Unironically, I feel like I'd like to have her on a Royal Spear build. Give her my weird attack percent circlet. Give her a goblet. Doesn't matter what goblet, just give her a goblet. It'll be fine. And I don't know. Anyways, sorry. You know, maybe I'll consider giving her this because her ER needs probably won't be that high. Maybe just putting her on a Royal Spear is enough. But anyways, I have some pieces to level. But what I want to look at real quick is now that I know I am probably like if they were gonna make her more balanced themselves, I would have given Escovier my good official artifacts. Basically, I would have said it's a priority over officials. But right now. So officials on that piece. I do have this piece. That's just, you know, 1 more crit damage roll. This makes that pretty nice looking. Just got a Skirk circlet with crit rate attack percent. Wait, crit rate main stat? Or do you make a substat? Which, relatable either way. I guess. Assuming she's gonna use crit damage goblet, or crit damage circlet, but she might not. I'm just assuming that there's a high possibility you will not need a lot of crit rate substats on her. I wonder. Man, it's so sad that this could have been one of the best time pieces on my account. Imagine if I had this for Yae, it would be a no-brainer if this had one more crit roll to use this on my Yae. But what I want to look at real quick is my Yae is currently on 2-piece gilded 2-piece whimsy. What happens if I put her on this, which is slightly unsatisfying in that it immediately has broken her nice clean HP amount because she was at 15,600 HP. And then I need either an onset feather or onset flower. And I think onset flower is worse. Yeah. I mean, to be clear, this is very good. But I believe as far as onset flowers for Yae goes, this is better. So equip this, and then Yae can do an off piece. So what is she at right now? Okay, 94, 223, 15. Okay, well, you know, I was gonna complain about her HP amount, but 15,690 is kind of funny too. 0 EM is not very happy for me though. I don't like a 0 EM. Technically, this, because I'm not using the Yae, I don't play a lot of Yae with Dendro things as often anymore. I tend to do Yae in Shiver's teams and in Electro Charge variants, like Yae on field or not, and that makes it technically better to not like doing 2-piece of this. Sorry, 2-piece skill damage is better than 2-piece EM as far as her damage goes, generally speaking, but not crazily so. Anyways, with an off-piece flower available, sort by crit rate, crit damage. Oh yeah, I have that available. What is the crit value of my current piece? 21. Oh, that's pretty good already. That's not. This is not that much better. It's actually basically the same, right? This is I can math 20 to 40, 44 crit value plus attack percent. This is 40. This is less crit value. I mean, this could be better actually. But actually, I don't know, not that much better. That's probably better. I don't know if it's actually going to be better on average though, because I'm gonna use a caution here to see if this is better. But I don't know if it's actually going to be better because of the fact that Akasha ranking is pretty heavily affected by crit rate, and having 95 versus, you know, 90% crit rate is a significant difference maker. But I don't know. I think I'm not going to go with this right now for the simple fact that Official, if I'm doing this, has to use a much worse feather. And I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference on Yae, but I'm curious where it's going to be at. First, I'll just check with this right now with the same flower. So anyways, try DPS at Lolly. Yeah, I might do a DPS at Lolly video this patch with Eons on. Because the problem with DPS at Lolly before is I just couldn't really find a good way to make her do satisfying damage on field other than her burst. Like, her burst just made it so, like, I think DPS at Lolly is fun to do just for, like, put her on Codex. Put her on Codex if you meet her ER needs. And take a drink. And, yeah. Bam. Did I show the birthday art yet? I think I did, right? Did I show Dia's birthday art? You know, if I didn't, bam. Look at that birthday art. I think this is her best birthday art, just saying. Look at those claws. Look at them claws. Man. Anyways. So. Bosses, right? Yeah, we need to do bosses. Oh yeah, I did the event, by the way, last night during D&D. It was fun. I haven't finished the story. First part of the story was kind of whatever. just with the Saurian needing to be not deaded. What are the plans? We're gonna do some stuff with Dehya, but then exploration with Dehya, which I think is some stuff with Dehya, to be clear. Because Dehya is valuable as a comfortable overworld unit. I think it's one of her most valuable aspects for many players. As you press E on Dehya, she does something of value reaction-wise. And yeah. So anyways, I'll do more of the story, but I have C6 Aura on now, which is the only important part, really, which is cool. That gave me C6 Aura. Rare moment of events giving me an impactful constellation. Oh boy. Enemy HP bars 99. What? What? All right. Just the jump to yeah. Okay. We might do that with Dehya, I suppose. I suppose it's Dehya combat. We could do Abyss, but Abyss is like kind of ugh right now, right? So, as far as trying different shenanigans. So Dehya things in this is probably more fun, I guess. Although the Aeon Blade Drake has its own annoying things, but yeah. Anyways, it's like Deadly Assault. Yeah, that's the vibe I got from the HP bars thing. So, anyways, we'll muck around with that. But first, let's go do some bosses. Blam. Still using Dehya, of course. Let's go do some bosses. And what am I doing? We are going here. 9,999. Do you mean it's based off of score like Deadly Assault? Presumably. I'd assume that is what it indeed means, but I don't think it is possible to. Well, I'm assuming it is not possible to kill the boss with 9,900 HP bars. Not without ridiculous investment. Can I do this, please? Let's see how bad this team is with this. I don't think I've used a normal. I don't think I've used this variant of Veresta team against this boss with Mika. And Mika, of course, has mechanics that help deal with it, so I do die occasionally on this boss, such that oh, that was dumb. Dehya might actually be quite nice here. Yeah, see, I think I would have died there without Dehya. Wait, would I? No, I think Dehya might have been not up. I might have been crediting something to Dehya that wasn't true. Oh, of course. Where's the other one? God dang it. Wow, look at that Dehya damage. You get over here, sir. Please. Why even bother? Can Dehya tank this? What does this end? Her skill's gonna end before this lands. Her skill's gonna end before this lands. Wait, oh, I got it back. I didn't die. Get wrecked. I did die. Oh, there's 2 hits. Okay. I should have had healing going. I might have survived if I had healing going. Shoot. Can I switch? Why can I not switch? Game. God, this jank game, man. God, this is honestly, I think, the worst fight in the game. It feels so bad to fight this thing. With, like, every team in the game. Ugh. Who are you farming this boss? Just to build up materials, because I might want them for some characters. In particular, I don't know if I'm actually going to bother leveling Escoffier's talents past level 6. So I don't know if I actually need them. I want to have the option to. I would personally rather power her down not through talents, but rather through artifacts or weapon. So I would like to have the option. But did I not claim my expeditions already? God dang it. And then other than that, though, I just need to farm the bosses in general to try to, one, get crystals, ascension crystals, unironically, as dumb as it is. It helps a little bit. Not a lot, but it helps a little bit. C2 Furina, C2 Shadun plus C6 PMC feels great. Yeah. I mean, there are definitely teams I can have that can deal plenty of damage to the boss. I just don't really like to have to actively switch to them. And I don't like how a lot of good teams feel really, really bad to play against it. Anyways. I wish Dehya could have tanked it. We were fighting other bosses, though, because we have a transient resin. But yeah. Since I noticed my Crystal Ascension problem, I've been doing 3 bosses a week, regardless of needing the drops. I don't really think there's anyone I need to farm drops for specifically, though. New boss is just like trying to build up materials for it. So I can level relevant character abilities if need be. I might crown Chlorinde eventually. Maybe I'll just do that. Got plenty of those. Just, I don't think it really matters who I choose, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2. I'm gonna need 4 of these. Hence, you know, I think this is the same one Escovia uses, by the way. So yeah, I need to keep farming this boss. I might level Lanyan up too. Crowning Lanyan's skill is crowning Lanyan's a normal attack, very not worthwhile. But I like Lanyan enough that I might do it. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna crown. I really like Sethos, but I feel like Sethos is so much more just learn how to play him better rather than whatever. Oh yeah, let's go refresh Akasha.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
See if that build is actually better.
And the Prinzessin
It is. That's a bigger jump than I thought it would be. So for reference, yesterday she was number 2001. And now she's number 808 with this build. So the question will be if I use a different flower. Oops. If I use a different flower, what happens? I think this one is the one that has the highest potential. It's a little iffy. But giving her more attack. Wait, no, sorry. I think I'd settled on this one, right? Yeah. So same crit damage, a little bit less crit rate, but more attack and an extra EM roll, right? So basically 2 extra rolls of value in exchange for a small amount of, or 1 crit rate roll. So this should be theoretically better, but crit rate can significantly affect actual like performance of builds at high end estimates. So anyways, Even a 40k HP character can be one shot if you don't time things perfectly. Yep. Anyways, no, I don't need Auron talent materials. Auron's talents are pointless. He deals like all of his damage through his passive. Through this. Like almost all of it. His burst does like nothing. I don't think I ever need to do. Maybe I should get more of these, I guess. So I don't know. Like, I guess just in case, I'll do the Wolf Lord, I guess, because I apparently don't have those. Just in case I want to level her more. But yeah, the problem is, yeah, I have to. But to do that on Yae, I have to yoink her. Ugh. I don't like that she doesn't have any EM, but I don't know. Put her on my... Yeah, it'll be fine. That's fine. I'd rather have Yae be OP, I guess. So I can keep her on this. Yeah. Anyways, part of me thinks this might be better. Like 2 EM rolls. How much damage bonus is that? 44 EM. Times 0.15%. 0.15 times 44. That's 6% damage bonus? 6.6% damage bonus? Is 6% damage bonus better than 1 crit damage roll? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the ranking with this flower first. And then what happens if I sort by crit rate, crit damage? Oh yeah, ooh, I forgot I had that. Oh my god. Huh. I forgot I had that piece. How long have I had that as an odd piece? Jesus. What is the crit value of this? Jesus Christ. This is... And this piece has gone unused for so long. Don't I overcap? Yeah, I'd have to tweak things around, I think. Do I overcap? That's a good question. Nope. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Well, this is probably better. If you don't crit on this one, yeah, I know, right? It would be kind of fun to have Yae on this build permanently. I must admit. Losing the satisfying HP number, yeah, oh well. But... Wait, part of the HP is from this, though. What happens if I put her on this? Again, the damage bonus from the 44 EM might be better. No, not satisfying. Sad. Still might be better, to be clear, but just not satisfying. So that's the one downside. This HP percent roll makes the HP total not satisfying. But 99% crit rate does seem kind of nice. Well, sorry, 98.5 if the EM one makes sense. So, okay, let's check this with this timepiece instead of the higher crit value one. I'm curious what this build will be. So the currently it's competing with this, right? Competing at 808 right now. We can beat 808. Thanks for clapping. All right. Let's go do... What did I say I was going to do? Wolf Lord. It's just annoying to get to, but it's fine. Wolf Lord and this thing? Yeah. You have any other 1% characters? Yeah. We got Arlecchino, apparently Fischl's top 2%, Top 1%, Chlorinde. I believe Furina is also top 1%, but right, yeah, oopsies. Oopsies. Right now she's top 90.
Used to the desert life, but still. I hope that
Right now she's top 92. That's kind of impressive on its own, right?
sandstorms behind her.
That's kind of impressive on its own, right? That's not even really me intentionally powering her down that much. I just had her on Deepwood for Kirara. And that was the Deepwood pieces I had available. But Furina is also top 1%. I do know that. If Akasha properly had ER categories for Emily, I'd be willing to bet my Emily would be up there too. But Akasha does not have ER categories for Emily because Akasha's stupid sometimes. So, you know, this Emily build is actually far better than top 25%, but people ignore ER and Emily too much. So, anyways, and if you want to not take my word for it, go look at KQM's guide on Emily. They break down the different energy thresholds, even with her signature weapon. I gotta take a drink of water. I got some phlegm. Poor Kokomi, top 95%. If I can actually probably update her. Yeah, that's the flop build. I actually think she's on an Ocean Hue clam now. Because I haven't done Nilu Bloom things in a while. So we can update Kokomi, why not? We can remove Sethos, I suppose. Here we go, Coco Fish. Let's see where she gets. Should we fix Furina? Fix Furina while we're at it. I should just put Furina on my strong build, and then oh wait, shoot, Fischl's on that right now. I need to get Furina on her tenacity build. I know it sounds stupid, but I really want to get Furina on a permanent tenacity build. How did that happen, by the way? You should be on like. I really would like Furina on tenacity permanently. I have 2 good feather options. I just need. I have that. I honestly just want an HP goblet, ideally. But an alternative would be. So I have good feather. One HP goblet and ideally another flower option. But anyways, the problem with trying to fix Fischl's now Fischl's using Fischl's using the 1 feather. Crap. You know what? Here, just do it like this. Bam. There we go. We'll see what that ranks at. It's not going to be top 1% with this build, without using the feather. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, this is the top 1% build. Yep, let's just double check. Should we do a Dehya DPS team against this? Let's see. You know what? Let's do.
I have high hopes for
Let's
this
do
journey.
this variant.
Leave me alone.
I think.
Never mind. Let's go.
I think it'll be fine. I think without. No, we have 2 Nat lineages. It should be fine for energy. Yeah. And we have. Well, I don't know. This might be the same situation energy-wise as with the Unsun. But we'll see. We'll see. Akasha not count ER for anyone? No, it counts ER. But there has to be categories for it. If they don't put different categories for ER thresholds, then it doesn't. I didn't actually land Shalom's skill there, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't. God dang it. Man, jank hitboxes in this game. I refuse to use my burst here. This be a waste. Interesting? Why is it interesting? Like, Tangai, you should just like, yeah, like even Yae has ER categories, right? Can you open the Yae page? Excuse me. Hello? Okay, whatever. Find another character with ER, I guess. I'll hate them, right? Like any competent leaderboard should have basically every character broken down into ER categories, unless it's a character that literally gets no value from energy. Right? Obviously, there shouldn't be ER categories for Mika. But most of them, in my opinion, this is the correct way to do it, is to separate out leaderboards with different ER thresholds, right? So you can see Al-Haytham has no ER, 110, 120, 130 ER categories. These are all completely different leaderboards. And it also is like, that's 3 different ER categories for each weapon option here too. So that means Al-Haytham has 6 weapon options with 2 different combos for calculation. And so that's 6, 12 separate leaderboards for weapons, and then times 3. So there's 36 separate leaderboards, I believe, on Al-Haytham, right? But let's just go back here. Right. Oh, it did raise. Alright. That's not too surprising. So, last thing to check with this build. Also, yeah, there you go with the Furina. Yep. But last thing to check is see if the other timepiece is better than this timepiece. The one with more crit damage but less EM. Let's see. Which I can't do right now. Actually, no. Can I do that right now? Can you change artifacts of characters that are not in combat? You can. Oh, okay. Good to know. I wasn't sure you could. I'm also going to... Oh, wait, no. Furina's in combat. I can't do that. We'll do that after. No, Tangai, it literally does not count the weapon. There is no Fav category because the Akasha creator is stupid. Sorry, I'm being rude. That was just a rude side comment I shouldn't have made, honestly. Furina should have Fav leaderboards in my opinion, but no, it does not count the ER. It is treating this as a 210 ER category. It is treating this as if her weapon, when you have a weapon equipped, that is not a weapon that they have in the category, right? So they have Festering, Jade Cutter. I'm sorry. They have the pipe. They have Festering, Jade Cutter, Key, and her fake signature weapon. And God, look how many categories there are. Jesus Christ. It's factoring how much ER I have from artifacts. Akasha rankings are looking at artifacts, and it looks at the weapon you have on your character to try to put it in the closest category based on what weapon you have. And that means if you have a weapon that is like there's a category with that exact weapon, like there's a Yae category with her signature weapon, it'll put you in the signature weapon category. It does not pretend that, and there's not even a higher ER category anyways, but it does not pretend that this ER from Fab Sword is there. And it's only looking at artifact stats for the ranking itself, and then it's just equating it as if this was a Festering Desire build. Because there's no Fav leaderboards, I don't know exactly how this Fav build compares to other people's Fav builds, but I suspect it's relatively similar. But anyways, oh yeah, oh wait, there's Kokomi, by the way, for what it's worth. Apparently this is my normal Kokomi build is a top 19% build. How exciting. Yeah, the fact that Jade Cutter is there but Fav isn't for Furina is so funny. Wait, does Yelan not have a Fab leaderboard? Does she really not? Oh my god. The Akasha creator talks to too many whales. I'm sorry. The Akasha creator talks to way too many whales. That's my vibe.
Let the mountain face boil. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eatfling. Strike a pose. Let the world go.
It's fine. Like her rankings for LG versus Pav should be similar, and I'm sure the Akasha creator understands that, and that's why they're not bothering. Like the rankings for Yelan's is going to be similar with Fab versus LG. It's fine. Kind of. The reason I say kind of is because like Fab does reduce Yelan's own energy needs more than LG does. So, I should have skipped that. Should have skipped. That's fine.
Let's get it on.
Really.
Letting great names echo. Time to shine. Fulfill our path. Dead bait.
Man, it's funny how not tanky this boss is. Like, it has no HP. I know it's got like 500 waves and whatever things, so it makes sense, but like, oh, it's funny how not tanky that is at all. Ooh, I'll take that. I love having I love having me some more options for gladiators. I appreciate that. Would have appreciated a couple of days ago more, because that's when I was actually leveling gladiators pieces. But, you know. Wow. Okay. I shouldn't level this right now. Because, like, I might need this XP for something else, but... I mean, I like the EM, but... So, the interesting thing is, like, it's very similar to this piece. 1, 2, 3 crit rolls. This is 3 crit rolls. 3 crit rolls, 2 attack percent, 3 EM, right? But the very fact that this is like such a similar piece is exactly why I think I'm not going to keep it. Like these are essentially the same artifact if I don't need the crit rate, right? It's the same CV with slightly less attack percent. It gets the same exact stat value. Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. This just had to have like one more crit roll and it'd be like, hey, nice. It's too similar to an existing piece, is my vibe. Like it's not, I don't know. It's hard for me to say I want to throw this away because being that I'm using Arlecchino and Chlorine and Gladiator now, having more options for Gladiator pieces is nice. And like that very well might actually be an upgrade on Arlecchino as far as average damage is concerned, right? So she's at 1520 attack, 249 EM, 80.5, 207, right? If we swap her to this, she falls to 80. She goes to 87, 194. This might be better as far as average damage. If we're gonna go look at Akasha rankings, for example, I'm not going to. But like the reason I don't care about that for Arlecchino is because of the fact that I am more than happy having a little bit of wiggle room for crit rate on here. In particular, if I do double cryo, right? I like to have. I don't actually want to have much more than 85% crit rate on my Arlecchino because I want to have some wiggle room for double cryo, and it's not. I don't know. Okay, the alternative perspective that actually, now that I think about it, is like here. Let me show you the perspective where I could make use of this. So well, no, because I think I would just use this. If I'm really min-maxing Arlecchino like this, I'll just use this. But what I was thinking was, you know, if I'm keeping this piece on Chlorine, I can use this piece instead for some Homa min-maxing. By Homa min-maxing, I mean we put Arlecchino with double cryo with like Rosaria Silali, right? So that's up to 30% crit rate buff with double cryo from Cryo Resonance and Rosaria buff. So this would be like a 90 crit rate build. But I don't like. Do I need to though? like, is there that much difference between that and this? Right? This is with the not crit rate flower. I don't know. I think I actually prefer the higher crit damage even more, actually, in the context of Homa. And so I don't care about it with Homa. Never mind. I don't care about it with Homa, and I don't care about it with the crit rate weapon. So I think I don't care about it, which is a little sad because it's a really good piece. It feels weird not keeping this, but it's just too similar to an existing piece. I'm like, I don't know. It could be more worth keeping over this piece, to be clear. But like this piece, I just haven't bothered leveling up because I haven't had that much of a need for it. I don't know. I really like having her at 80. Yeah, I like the balance of this build right now. So, anyways, that's where she's gonna sit. Let's put Furina on this. Why? Not because it's better, but because I want fish. I'd rather have Fischl on a better build, and Furina on a worse build. Furina's gonna get moved to 4-piece tenacity eventually, anyway, so it's fine. And we can remove Furina from this actually. I'll let her ranking be high, so she can forever be high in the leaderboards in spirit. Is there any other character I should like update the rankings on? Don't think so. I don't think Fischl's any better than she was before. Here, you know what? We'll put Mika. Why not? Alright, okay. The Yae build should have updated by now. So, yeah, main difference with this Yae build is that we swapped to the higher CV attack percent timepiece instead of the one with EM. So, to see if it's any better. So, before, top... Why can't I click on this? Whatever. It's number 688 with the old timepiece with EM. Okay, the one with crit is better. Not crazily better. This is kind of insane having like this is why, just as an example of why two piece is so good on Yae. Just and like this is a leaderboard that doesn't factor my playstyle of Yae, right? Where I play her on field more. Like this is a leaderboard that biases towards 4-piece golden troop because of the fact that it's treating Yae's damage as primarily off field other than her burst, right? And to be clear, it's because of her burst that part of why 2-piece is so competitive in these leaderboards. But anyways, I did not actually expect to be able to get that high. I don't know what I still might put her back on the other build, the other timepiece, because it's not like it's that much. Like what's actually the difference as far as the damage calculation? So average combo damage is 754,000 with this, and she was. We don't need to update the ranking again to check this, but at 450, right? So all we need to do is skip to. She was at 688 before, right? But at 450. What? Was that page 450? I thought it skipped to a threshold. It used to skip to crit values. Oh, no, not crit values. I don't want to sort by crit values. I want to sort by damage. What? How did I get back to oh my god. Akasha UI, sorry. All right.
Tea parties are a must for the
yeah, I want to
well-mannered.
sort by
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette,
this.
I'd be happy to teach you.
Skip to Raiko values lower than oh my bad. Shoot. So we'll go to this. and then we'll just skip a bunch of pages, I think, because it won't take that long. I wanna see what the damage calculation is for the 688 ranking compared to this ranking, to see like how much of a percentage improvement is this, right? As far as like actual in practice damage in game, not ranking in Akasha, but like how much in game damage improvement is this? So we're at 754,000. There's a wow. By the way, there's a surprisingly large difference. Like I'm at 450
Who knew the people would adore me so
out of, what
much?
was it, like 200,000? Yeah. As far as like the math of this goes, there being a jump from place 450 to number like the top 20 up into 80,000 is actually quite significant. That's like let's do the math on that quick. We'll just jump to like 80,000. Let's say if I had like a top 20 Yae. So that would be 754. All right, well we'll do 80,000 divided by 7, or sorry, not 80,000, 800,000. 800,000 divided by 754, 646. That's 6% better. It's actually like a large increase better. 6% is fairly large as far as damage increases go. So maybe this difference between place 480, or place 450, sorry, where I'm at, and 688 would be better than I should. This has become a Yae Miko stream. I'm sorry. I did not intend for this to become a Yae Miko stream. I'll swear I'll do more stuff with Dehya. So anyway, no, it's Dehya's birthday, not my birthday. All right, so we want to see though how 754,646.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
754, 646.
Adore me so much.
All right, and then we'll go to 688. All right, so this damage amount is where I was at before. So I'm getting 10,000 by changing that one artifact, that having, you know, one more crit damage roll instead of 2 EM rolls got me 10,000 more damage per rotation based on Akasha's calculation. And again, it's not factoring on-field situation. Actually, with the on-field Yae, the crit damage should be even more biased towards it, because the EM doesn't benefit her on-field plunging or whatever, or charge attacks. Did you make a plunge Yae video? I don't know if I've actually made a dedicated plunge Yae video. I think I probably did. It was probably around when Cloud Retainer released, though, I'm assuming. But I haven't made a plunge Yae video since Auroron release, which is where I've been playing plunge Yae the most, doing Furina, Auroron, whatever. By the way, I think I played Furina, Cloud Retainer, Yae plunge with Auroron Eons on a bit. I haven't even tested this with C6 Auroron yet. I think without C6 Auroron, I kind of prefer, and this was with Cloud Retainer powered down, I kind of prefer the Auroron variant. And the reason for this is that like the Auroron variant just is a lot easier to fit in her burst properly. I don't know why, but I cannot figure out a way to like easily balance when to use Yae's burst properly. So that's kind of interesting. Like the Eon's variant does cause meaningfully more damage for Yae on field when she's plunging and her skill damage, but like it's not in a way that meaningfully affected skill like clear times enough that when I'm using the burst properly with the Auroron variant, I like the Auroron variant more. So anyways, sorry, let's do the math on this real quick. So divided by 746,400. So yeah, it is 1.1% better. So that is the end result of this. The end result is that I have, yes, improved my Yae build, but using this timepiece over this timepiece makes her 1% better. Which is not nothing, to be clear. 1% better is 1% better. The main actual reason to potentially use this piece over the other piece is just because of the fact that, like, I don't know, just because of like liking the HP total more or wanting Fischl to have a different build. What does Fischl's build look like with the other piece? Am I happy with Fischl on this piece? Yeah, I think I'm happy with Fischl on that piece. 2000 attack, 65 EM. Yeah, I think I'm happy with Fischl on this piece. If I need Fischl to have more crit damage, I can just give her a refinement of Skyward Harp, because I've had that sit in my back pocket forever. like Fischl's meaningfully weaker than she was before, ultimately, but like it won't really matter that much. At this point, I'd rather have Yae be as cracked as possible, I think. Okay, oh, you know what? I guess, being that I am playing Plunge Cloud Retainer with Yae, she is overcapped on crit rate a little bit, right? Because Cloud Retainer passive gives a little bit of crit rate, but it's only a little bit of crit rate for plunging damage. So there's that factor that theoretically would make it better to do. Like this is an example of why you don't get focused on Akasha rankings, right? Because Akasha, yeah, says this is a lot better than if I do a crit damage heavy piece, but in practice, in the Cloud Retainer team, it's going to be better to do something like this, right? Actually, a little bit. That's a little bit too skewed, but you get the point. Be more like this, probably, right? Right. This would be like an ideal build, actually, for my Cloud Retainer situation. Oh, this also puts her back at 15,690. But anyways, I think I will keep her on the other one, though, because I think, I think it's kind of satisfying. Ah, crap. Shoot. Yeah, do this. I think it is kind of satisfying to have her at 99% crit rate for generic utility. I don't know. Anyways, like, that's just a satisfying looking build to me. If we're gonna have that high of crit rate, may as well go 99. Anyways. Shanyun artifacts, I have her on VD most of the time. Like that. And this build with enough it's definitely enough ER with her signature weapon that refunds ER. That build is also what I used on Oathsworn Eye, and it was, generally speaking, enough energy. There are cases where Cloud Retainer would need a little bit more ER than that, and well, ER timepiece at the rescue in that context. So, yeah, she's on triple attack percent. And I will be annoyed if there comes a day where she accidentally levels up naturally, by the way, because my monkey brain really, really likes that on her signature weapon, I have exactly 3,500 attack. This is non-power down, of course, right? My monkey brain really likes exactly 3,500 attack. And I never want her to change. Anyways, to be clear, yeah, it could get more buffing value by having her higher level, whatever, but I don't need to. I don't need to, and I like the 3,500. Anyways, what other boss? Oh yeah, we're gonna do the Wolf Lord. Wolf Lord. Well, should we not try a different Dehya team? Should we try Dehya Overload? Dehya can work in, like, basically, to some degree or another, Dehya can work in basically all the Pyro archetypes, right? So let's try Dehya Overload. Why not? I haven't tried Dehya Overload with Eon Song.
Let's move it out.
So we can try that.
I'm all warmed up.
Wonder. Try to decide who we do this last slot. Like, Bennett would be the way to get the biggest number. I don't know. We can try. We'll just try the biggest number option first. I don't think Bennett is necessarily the best, by the way. Like, Bennett might be the biggest number on Dehya, but I think the best for damage on Dehya herself, or sorry, for damage for the team, is an off-fielder. So, Mika or Fischl or Yae. Actually, you know what? Sorry, we just spent forever. We gotta get away from the enemy. We just spent forever doing Yae. We gotta do Yae and Dehya together. Two of my favorite Genshin ladies together in the same team. How could I not use that opportunity? Plus, actually, I really like the idea of that, because that will go away. This ain't Wolf Lord. Whatever. You get the Wolf Weekly boss. You know who I meant because I was talking about the weekly bosses earlier. Not the. I don't need to level up a Wolf Lord character. What characters in the game even use Wolf Lord? Like Yoon Jin and Ito. Anyways, and we're gonna do Yae instead because I think it's more fun.
Well, since you...
And this will be kind of interesting in that I should be able to like get Yae like after doing Dehya. Oh my god! I need to get energy. After doing Dehya bursting, right? Should be able to switch back to Yae, do a Yae burst with Eon Son buff up. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what our damage looks like here. Is there no enemies here? Ugh. Come on, I just want energy. Why can't I? Oh my god. Eh. It'll take a second. Oh boy. Did I trigger Fab already? Oh, I didn't. Alright. Yay. Alright. Check Cecilia Gardens. What? What do you mean? What? It's getting Dehya echo hard. I think my overall vibe is if you don't have C1 Dehya, it's probably going to be very hard, even with an invested Dehya build. But a very well built Dehya with C1 should be able to clear it. Was my estimation. But that challenge without a C1 Dehya, I think is and I saw someone in I think my chat or in the comments when I did that live said that they had C0 Dehya but a very good build, like not that different of a build from what I had, and they could not clear it. There's some things you can do to play it a little bit better, like making sure you take some damage in order to get the buff up in Dehya's trial before you actually use Dehya's burst for the first time. That's probably the biggest mistake you can make. And then just making sure you don't die, because it is possible to die. Yeah, what's C1? C1 is what gives her additional damage scaling based on her HP. So notably for that Echo challenge, right? One, this makes her basically, her damage scaling basically is evenly split, essentially, with her C1 between her attack scaling damage and her HP scaling damage. But in that Echo challenge, you don't have anyone other than Dehya there, right? So she's more reliant on her HP scaling damage when she has no other buffers going on. So a C1 makes, I think, a notable difference for that challenge. But yeah, try to put your C0 Dehya on your best artifacts, but you haven't succeeded yet. Yeah, I'm not too surprising. But if someone, if someone manages to clear, feel free to like post it, ping me in my Discord, post it, and just let the public channel or whatever ping me. If you've cleared with C0 Dehya, I'd kind of like to see what kind of build clears the thing with a C0 Dehya. I don't think I've seen it yet, though. I'll tell you if I manage. All right, good luck. Can you use food buffs in it? I didn't think about that. I don't think you can use food buffs in there, right? It's been a long time since I fought this dude, by the way. I have not fought Wolfie in a while. We'll go to the camera. All right.
Right here. Right now. Final stronger. Let's off.
He is so very not tanky. My god.
Right here. Right now.
Oh, I tried to get her skill up before. I wanted to fully phase tank it. Time it a little bit better. Remember the time when this boss felt like hell? Yeah.
Drop your weapons. Right now. Right here.
Oh, maybe that... I didn't even think about that. Maybe I need to do Yae 3E. Yeah, doing Yae's 3Es really helps keep up Eon's on uptime. That's kind of interesting. So I think the ideal rotation is probably like... Huh. So Dehya E... well, I think you gotta like do a normal attack at least in Yae. To get Electro on the enemy. Because... Do like... Electro on the enemy. Do Dehya E. Do Chevreuse buff. Do Eon's on, do Yae 3E, and then switch to Dehya. Actually, you could potentially even do Yae burst before Dehya. Okay, I'm gonna go take this team to Abyss. I want to see what happens. I think. Actually, no, we'll try it against the stupid event. Let's see what that does first. All right, I like how we did not get the official drop. But that's fine. That is a fab circlet if I've ever seen one, so we lock it. All right. Win. Claim all. I don't know how... Again, I don't know what I'm actually going to take her talents to, but, you know, these are Voldemort's talents, so, yep. Anyways. Alrighty. 3 drops is nice, yes. And I got like, since I've been farming weekly bosses more, I have been building up a bunch of Dream Solvents, so... Just getting the boss drops at all is much more important. I don't know. Maybe I had a bunch of Wolf Alert or Wolfie whatever drops already. Oh, I did. I did have a bunch of Wolfie drops. I just had none of the official drops. Okay, so that was probably unnecessary. But I don't know. It's fine to fight that thing again. All right. Voldemort. That's what we're calling her now. It's what I'm calling her. She's committed sins. Sins against the balance of this game. Sorry, forgot. I literally just said I was going to do the event. Might do it the Abyss. But this Eon's on dynamic in like Yae Eon's on Shivers situation is interesting to me. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. Shockwave released. Okay. Damage increased by 100%. Character damage increased by 40%. Okay. Oh, wait. These are all locked? Second half. Wait, what? There's a first half and second half? Oh, okay. Interesting. So, primary combat opponent? Oh, that's just... Okay, sorry. I thought they were saying... Okay. So this is just like... It's just an Abyss. Okay. You start with no energy? Okay. Well, that's appreciated info. Okay. Wow, great. I mean that doesn't affect the Shivers team that much, thankfully. Okay, so we'll do the Shivers Yeonsan team. I mean it does a little bit, like Yeonsan energy is but we'll find out. We'll at least do some damage to start. So we'll do something like Yae into you, or sorry. Yeah, I don't know, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Every time raise support level to gain stackable buffs to use. Oh, I see. Okay. So we just need to destroy as many shields as possible. So this is just what's Cryo Electro Shield? Okay. So I don't know. Mika E, Kazuha, I mean, I guess we can use Mizuki. Why not? Oh, they're off-field skill-based suppliers. I mean, Pyro is definitely still best here. Honestly, just Pyro and Pyro is probably what makes sense. So probably Xiangling, realistically. Yup. Team of all time. Maybe Nahida, yeah. Lanyan, eh. I don't actually know what Xiangling's build is right now. It's fine. Ow. Whoop, sorry. Wow. Gameplay.
Bad dreams be gone. You're toast. Nice and spicy.
Exciting. Okay.
Come on. Stop right there. Faster. Stronger. Right here. Right now. Yeah. Emerge. Right here. Buckle up. Quick as a flash. Let's move. Right now. You're dead meat.
Look at that Dehya damage. Wow.
I'm always watching. Right here. Emerge. Right
Wow, look at that, look at that Yae damage though.
Look alive. Drop your weapons. Stronger. You asked for it. Right here. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. Drop your weapons. Emerge. Right here. Control freedom. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right now. Right here. Hands where I can see 'em.
Well, Visual is probably an ideal choice.
Right now. Emerge. Fuck off.
Oops, oops.
Stop right there. Quick as a flash. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Please, here we go.
You asked for it. Let's get it on.
See, this would unironically be a fun, like, real endgame mode.
Justice will prevail. Stronger. Start the clock. Right now. Emerge. I'm always watching. Right
This makes me think Deadly Assault in Genshin can absolutely work.
Meat. Look alive. Right here. Right now.
Oh no, I'm not gonna get platinum. No! I need to redo that. I can't not get platinum with this team. Alright, we're doing it again. We can't not get platinum with Yae Dehya. We have to. It's a requirement in the Dehya titled birthday stream. You got no bows? I'm aware I have no bows. I'm aware. All the more reason to do this. I think 9,900 is impossible. Yeah. But what kind of team could even clear them all? I don't know what the total health is. We could calculate it. Do we know what the total health is? I'm sure we do know what the total health is. I just don't feel like looking it up. No energy is very awkward. Yeah, that really went mucks with things. It's 1 million per bar. Is it really? I feel like it's not 1 million per bar. It's not 1 million per bar. Yeah. And it's definitely not 1 million total. It's way more than 1 million total. So, 90k and almost 1 bar. Yeah, if it's 90k and 1, let's use it. If it's 90k and almost 1 bar, let's assume it's about 100,000 per bar. So 100,000 times, you know, that. It's got about it's got about 1 billion HP. How much time is there to do this? Is it a 3-minute challenge? Is it 100k? It can't be 100k HP per bar. If it's 100k HP per bar, it has a billion HP. Anyways, I don't know. So it's 2.5 minutes. I can't use my whatever. Okay.
Right here. Emerge. Let's get it on. Control breathing. Final warning. Right now. Emerge.
Now.
Quick as a flash. Right here. Right now. Right here. Drop your weapons. Gloves off. Right now.
Oops.
A sight to behold. Right here. Right now.
Ah, crap! I could have gotten it there.
See 'em.
Dang it.
Final warning. Stronger. Buckle up. Emerge. You're dead, mate. Right here. Emerge.
Can I charge attack reach it? Can't. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I didn't even. Okay.
Now.
Don't know how I did that.
Get alive.
That's interesting. I did not know I could do that with the eye.
Breathe. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. You asked for it.
I assume that was that did that. At least.
Right now. Right here. Justice will prevail. Stronger. Emerge. Right now.
I want to burst in the eye. Please. All right, there we go.
I'm always watching. Right here. Emerge. Gloves off. Right now. Quick as a flash. Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your weapons. Stop right there. Right here. Right now. Right here.
Ah, crap.
Step aside. You asked for it.
Ah, we could get over 1,000 if we want, but we got over 900. Interesting. Yeah, how did I not know that Yae could break that? I've used Yae against that thing. I mean, it might be something weird. Oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably the true damage thing, right? It might be. No, it might be Yae charge attack. I just don't think I've used Yae charge attack that much against this boss. Let's go. Anyways, yeah, we got platinum with Dehya. That's all I care about. Let's go. I got some of these. I need those actually. Nice. Can't see the rewards for the rest. That's fine. I thought Yae turret could. Can it? I don't think Yae's turret auto targets it though. Let's go check an overworld though. Anyways, I really like the dynamic with this team though. Like the dynamic of this is now actually one of my favorite overload teams actually, which is interesting because like I haven't found a overload team I really liked that much with Dehya. We'll see how it performs in Abyss. Obviously that thing there was buffing things a lot. Dehya is not going to hit 80k or whatever. Wrong area. Where is this boss actually? I forgot where it is. Over here, yeah. But yeah, it was either the true damage or the charge attack, and that's what I want to test here. The charge attack does Yae's charge attack does come down from above from a vertical range, so it's possible it has the vertical hitbox to actually hit it. And I've just never known that. DHC WSP has uploaded the 9900 bar HP bar clear with Mika. That doesn't surprise me. The fact that I can get 1,000 with Dehya Chevreuse means that I think Mika can probably do it. I'm not gonna use Mika. I don't care. I do not care. Also, I don't know if that did that Mika have constellations? But yeah, the bar might have been 15k. Yeah, that seems more accurate. There's no way it has a billion HP. That I'm very confident of. there's no way. There's no way I did almost 100. If the total health is 100, is almost a billion, like, which would be 100k HP per bar, then my Dehya did almost 100 million, or this team, even with the buffs, did almost 100 million damage, which over 2.5 minutes, what is that? 61. That's 150 seconds. That would be 666,000 DPS. That is not how much damage we are doing. So, yeah, 15k sounds more accurate. 15,000 times 9,000, or sorry, not times 9,999 is 150 million HP, which means with Dehya there we are doing about 15. So this team with the buffs going was doing about 15 million divided by 150. It was doing about 100k DPS, which is, you know, decent. It's a C6 Mawika. All right then. A C6 Mawika is only 10 times as good as Dehya. All right, cool. I'm sure that was worth the money. Sorry. Wow. But like, I don't know. But like people, oh, C6 Mawika is so strong. But a C6 Mawika only being C6 Mawika only being 10 times stronger than a C3 Dehya. Kind of underwhelming. Kind of underwhelming. No. Anyways, I assume that was a Melt team, right? Was it a Melt team? I gotta assume it was. It was probably it was presumably Eon Son Shalonin. Because like to do that as fast as possible, you probably just put a lot of extra ER on Sitlali. And they probably had C2 Sitlali as well, which so they probably like you do not. I don't think you need as much investment as that player had to do that. To be clear, but I don't know what exactly the investment threshold is because you need to do 1 million damage per. You need to do 1 million damage per second. So seems a little hard. But anyways, Dehya is 10% as strong as C6 Mawika, exactly, and not even a C6 Dehya. This is a C3 Dehya is 10% as strong as a C6 Mawika. Damn. Like, anyways, I do like the trail on Dehya, especially in this area where it contrasts quite well. Anyways, what was it saying? I forgot. I don't know. They cleared it in 1 minute 20 seconds, so definitely overbuilt. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So yeah, I think but anyways, I think if you want to try to clear that, realistically, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. But the best you could probably do is with Eon Son Sitlali Mawika Bennett, put an F ton of ER on Bennett, funnel your particles immediately from Mawika to Bennett, and hopefully you basically, with the one Bennett E and a Mawika E, you should be able to, if you can get your Bennett burst back by doing one Mawika E and a Bennett E getting 3 particles, so you gotta RNG it a little bit, and then put Sitlali with a ton of extra ER. It won't really matter if she does less damage at all. So just heavily biased towards a crap ton of ER on her. And then put a ton of energy on Eon Son. And you theoretically should be able to get pretty dang close. But yeah. Anyways. The trail shows with standing still? No, it does not. The little sparks effect is the Chevreuse effect, not the trail. As soon as you move a little bit, it starts to show. But yeah, anyways, let's see what we can do with Yae here. It's gonna take a second, I think, to go up in the air, by the way, but it's fine. I wonder if a Mawika Chevreuse team could deal with it. Because, like, a Mawika Chevreuse team has the advantage of a high investment Mawika. Like, I don't think a non-C2 Mawika Shiver's team, because, like, yeah, but the Muika Shiver's team has the advantage of you wouldn't necessarily need. Alright, here we go.
You ain't messing around. Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened, I think. Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, her targeting, like most things, targets the middle. It targets the middle, but, and like Shivers can knock that down too, but Shivers is like, the timing is kind of tight. Was it Dehya? It might be Yae plus Dehya specifically, actually, yeah. I guess we need to test without Dehya up. We can do that.
Stop right there.
Because it might be Yae plus Dehya specifically. But I think Yae charge attack alone, when it's doing the ability charging its middle core, might be able to be what hits it. Okay. You gonna rush at me? No? Okay. Oh, I think I did it too late. Oops. I should just spam it. Not close enough. Dang it. Okay. It's gonna land now. Yeah. Dang it. Might have actually been easier to test against the thing. Yeah. Seems like it's Dehya hitbox to hit it. I guess you guys have the privilege of being able to rewind the footage. You can probably pause to see what it was that actually hit it. You could go frame by frame. I cannot pause my video game right now. You do something for Venti with Venti versus rerun. I don't have Venti. Venti, look. I'm sorry. I wish for Venti while his song was playing. He's a music bard boy. He's a bard Archon. I wish for him at the Genshin Impact concert. I don't know what kind of signal that it's not meant to be that could be. Other than that, like what better could I have done than giving the best chance I gave him was that I wish for him at the Genshin concert while his song was playing when he was first introduced in the and it lost the 50-50. I'm not alcoholic, he avoids me. Yeah. So like I'm sorry. I think Venti himself decided it's not meant to be on my account ever. But maybe I'll go whatever, he'll probably do it more time.
Drop your weapons.
I don't think I can do it again. Oh crap, I didn't think I could do it again. No, I think it was Dehya, yeah. I think that would have hit it there actually. I think I had the time in there. I didn't think I could do that move 2 times in a row, by the way. That's why I wasn't ready for it. Otherwise, I would have just been spamming. Did I offer alcohol? No, I did not offer alcohol, but maybe that would work. I don't know. Anyways, point is, I don't think I'm ever going to get Venti on my account. And when Venti reruns, if they happen to have an Abyss that is kind of showing some shenanigans with them, am I down for it? Yeah, potentially. But it'd have to be on someone else's account. I'm not going to wish for him. Okay, asterisk. If Lanya, look, I want C6 Lanyan eventually. She's kind of the only 4-star right now whose constellations I care to potentially wish for, other than new ones, right? So if Lanyan is on Venti banner, and you know the other rerun banner is not interesting to me, that's the possibility right now. Anyways, doesn't he rerun next half? Wait, does he? Oh yeah, he does. I forgot. Yeah, sorry. No, there is not an Abyss that can showcase him. I forgot he's rerunning this patch. And yeah, Lanyan is most likely not rerunning on his banner. Yeah, there's no Abyss blessing for him, and the Abyss when I think his banner will be live during this current, or no, the banner, wait, the banner resets in 8 days, 2 hours, and okay, so the current Abyss will be live when he's up. So at least like he'll be okay in the first chamber or something. I don't know. But then the next Abyss is definitely not very good for him. So, but yeah, I'm assuming Lanyan is not going to be on that banner. Yeah, I know we can find the 4 stars are like, I think it's like Beidou, Yanfei, Farazan is what the 4 stars should be. Anyway, let's go to Abyss quick. I want to see. Let's see how this team. This might be one of my new favorite Dehya teams actually. All right, a good balance between Dehya damage and Yae damage. Is Yae doing more damage than Dehya? Yes. Well, actually, I don't know. Is Yae doing more damage than Dehya? I don't know. I think it's a fairly good balance at the very least, right? And I like the dynamic here. Let's see. Probably second half. Yeah, I don't think not that it's impossible to deal with this, but I don't think I want to. Maybe if we want to lose our sanity, we can do first half. Okay. You. Wait, let's not forget. We gotta trigger overload first. So do Yae, you. And Ian-san. I'm having a struggle. It's fine. Shivers. So I think I want to do that. So yeah, we do Yae normal attack into Dehya E, into Shivers, into Eon-san, into Yae 3E. Do we do Yae 3E burst? And then I think we do. Yeah, I think we do Yae 3E burst, Yae 3E, and then Dehya, and then rinse and repeat. I think. And this side, you know, it's available, so we're gonna do this. I think. Actually, wait. As far as on port. Nope, she's fine. Yep, she's fine. Wait, that is a little bit dorked. Oh, I do have an attack timepiece now. Oh. I forgot about that. It's a little unsatisfying that this doesn't have crit damage, but it could also roll so well that I could do a crit damage circlet theoretically. Not right now, but in the future. Right? But she should definitely be on the ER timepiece normally. There it is, yeah. I've never used this, by the way. I kind of want to throw this away. Oh, they've released so few def scaling units, it makes me sad. You know what? Honestly, I'm going to throw this away. Why? I know I could throw away that other feather, but I'm not 100% set on throwing this away right now. I'm going to throw this away. This is like a piece that I use in like Nilou for like min-max Nilou. I don't care about min-max Nilou anymore, quite frankly. If I do in the future, I can refarm some pieces. I have existing HP main stat pieces. DPS Shalonen, yeah, no, I'll keep it. I'm not going to throw this away. But this is just a piece that I've kept for Nilou. And my Nilou currently, I think I had to, yeah, I goofed her build a little bit. But like, my Nilou currently, yeah, has about 56,000 HP. Like, she's got a weird like hybrid crit and she can work for Bloom build. And I kind of like that. Like, I have enough. If I'm doing Nilou things, I have C2 Nahida. Like, my Nilou will be more than strong enough is my point. I don't need, oh, I freaking, dang it. I don't need it. And this has potential to give me more options for Farazan build. Why normal attack and not EEE? So I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah. Okay. So the thinking was. Sorry, I leaned away from my microphone while I stretched. The thinking was do a normal attack to start to get the buff up, just for minimizing the time. But it probably does make sense to do EEE first. But the thinking was like do the first EEE in order to build up some extra Night Soul, because I think when we do Yae EEE, we probably do overcap Night Soul. But I think it's probably I think it probably is better, generally speaking, to do Yae first. So we'll try that actually. The audio is cutting out, is it? Hopefully it's you, because I haven't seen anyone else complaining about it. Unless it suddenly had a stroke. Let me know now before I start doing things here. Not for you? Okay. Alright. Okay, yeah, Cotton Pop, you might want to refresh your app or whatever then. Okay.
Everybody stand up. Keeps its course. Dare to meddle. Dancing in the wind. We'll see about that. Time to shine. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's dare to mess with me.
Oh, I didn't. God dang it.
Have fun with this gift.
Oh, God.
Taken away.
What? Go. How are you not? There we go.
Closing in.
Ah, crap. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got one out. I think we're fine. A little bit tricksy with this team to make sure we can get the way up shield down. That probably was not worth doing. Wham.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Final warning. Start the clock. Nothing
The
left.
show's over.
Yeah, see, we lose the button. Well, we'll gain it again. It's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Done yet. The curtain falls.
Right now, right here. Emerge. Stop right there. Control breathing.
Oop. Oh god. Okay. So, well, as always, Yae cooldown. Yae burst cooldown is really long, so it doesn't line up with normal rotations. So, first rotation you can burst, and then you have to like not until the next one.
Quick as a flash.
Wow. But obviously that was a more than comfortable team. The dynamic works quite well. Just have to figure out the dynamic, I think, for the when to use Yae's second burst.
We'll see about that. Teamwork is dreamwork. Have fun with this gift. Let them fly. Dancing in the wind.
Ah, I should have saved the burst.
Get away.
That was a waste.
Dare to mess with me. Let the world collide. Everybody stand back. We'll see about that. Temperature keeps its course. Closing in. Swift as the swallow. Let them fly. Dare to mess with me. Time to shine. Teamwork is dreamwork. Too late for regrets. Have fun with this gift. Closing in.
There we go. Ah, of course you're gonna waste our time. Really? Really? You butthole.
Mess with me. Let the world collide. I'm going in. Years of the storm.
What? Oh, it's swap it. I forgot when she did that. I should have just used burst right away. Oh, crap. Why did I forget she did that? Ah, cramp, man. redo. I should just use burst because yeah, the Lanyan skill targeting the other things. I mean, this is bad. It's similar to like what happens with Chaska. You just lose a lot of your single target damage, and the other enemies don't take damage. So LOL, you just lose damage.
We'll see about that. Aligning, echoing song. Teamwork is dreamwork. Truth repeats its course. Butterfly. Closing in. Swift is the squall. Dare to mess with me. Let the world collide.
Lanyan might let her burst back because I had to do a different rotation.
Have fun with this.
Alright, do this. Alright, perfect.
Get away. Hell's begun.
Fine.
Closing in.
Perfect. There we go.
We'll see about that.
No, whatever.
Aligning, echoing song. Going in. Truth repeats its course. Dare to mess with me. Butterfly. Closing in. We'll
Okay.
see about that.
Jump over here, please. Please. Butthole!
Shower to the prey. Let the world collide. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's have fun with this gift.
Why did it target that? Really, easy. Whatever.
Dare to mess with me.
Screwed by Genshin targeting system, as always. Fine. Just not as satisfying end, it's
See
fine.
about that.
Be a Farazan replacement in this team. Why are you replacing Farazan? I mean, this is a rare team where a non C6 Farazan should work. Not saying like C6 Farazan is not really desirable still, but should work pretty well because it's a quick swappy team, where Farazan can be on-fielded and you do Farazan charge attacks. But if you don't have Farazan at all, probably don't play the team. I'm sorry. Yeah, Aoife on scroll might be okay, but really not very good. But at least it would be some damage bonus. Aoife's coming out next patch. Otherwise, just another off-field damage dealer, right? But the damage you get from Lanyan in particular will be much lower if you don't use Farazan. She is, you use C4 Gene if you have that for some reason. But yeah, I mean, even a C0 Farazan I think is the ideal unit there. So the most interesting variant of DPS Lanyan I've tried is actually with Eon-san instead of Furina. It's a lot worse because Furina is doing a not insignificant damage contribution for the team, but Eon-san Bennett Farazan is a competent variant for DPS Lanyan, and it's just much more focused on just Lanyan's damage. So yeah, and yeah, the Hydra was quite nice to have for various reasons. But yeah, anyways, I would recommend just probably not having very high expectations if you don't have Farazan, is my opinion. You could do Furina Bennett Eon-san though. Furina Bennett Eon-san is okay. It's not quite what Farazan is, but I haven't tried Furina Bennett Eon-san versus a non-C6 Farazan. It's definitely a case of I would really wish I could turn off C6 Farazan, like turn her into a C0 Farazan and see how C0 Farazan compares to Eon-san, because I think that's interesting. But yeah, so Eon-san is probably the most compelling alternative, maybe Aoife, but yeah. Not getting Farazan's energy is kind of one of the most rough things, potentially, about not having Farazan for Lanyan, because a meaningful amount of Lanyan's damage is her burst, so yeah. Anyways, what? What am I getting a Yae's burst there, by the way? It was like 100k. Where are you targeting? For the one time I don't want to... I forgot Dehya did that. Like, this game's auto-targeting, man. It's so funny. It's like the one time I don't want to target that thing. I was getting 99k. Oh, that's really funny. I mean, honestly, 99k is like kind of sad to not get 100k. That makes me kind of want to bias towards using a higher crit damage piece and a lower crit rate on Yae. Because a higher crit damage piece will probably get her to the 100k threshold. But it's also kind of funny to have a 99 crit rate Yae that also gets like 99k on her burst. That is kind of funny. So, anyways, it's just like, I don't want to actually target the invisible thing in this case. It would have been so much better to target the these things. It's fine. It's not going to affect us that much. We can just do this, and we're fine.
Emerge right now, right here. Buckle up. Stop right there. Control breathing. A sight to behold. Right now, right here, right now.
Yeah, 99k. That's so funny. Oh, it's really funny.
Right here. Drop your weapons. Look alive.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Getting 99k on her burst, and also getting, 99 crit rate is kind of a funny lineup. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of satisfied with that. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of like the 99 crit rate build. I got one that's 107k. There you go. It can get over 100,000, but it still sometimes gets 99k. So C0 Farazan works with DPS Onion. Yeah. So like the problem with Farazan C0 is that generally speaking, like with someone like Xiao, right? You don't have the field time to like on-field Farazan to do a charge attack on Farazan. But particularly if you have a higher refine Fav bow, which is the most likely Fav weapon that you have a high refine of, or one of the more likely ones, you can potentially trigger Fav multiple times in rotation. Use her skill, do her charge attack when you first use her, and then do Lanyan, swap back to Farazan, do her skill again, do a charge attack. Should be another Fav proc. And like being able to get those energy particles on field doing her charge attack means she should be usable. Like my Farazan build right now with like 200 ER on Fav, it's like 220 I think. So it's ER timepiece Fav, right? I think I have like a 1 ER roll other than the ER timepiece. This is with C6 Farazan. This is way more ER than I need. It's why I leveled. It's part of why I leveled that attack percent timepiece, because I could get my Farazan to do more damage on an attack timepiece. But with a non-C6 Farazan, this kind of build I think should still work. I haven't double checked that math, but it's very doable. Unlike where someone like Xiao, you would potentially need 260, 270, 280, 300 ER, right? Depending on what exact teammates. I think it's probably around the 250 range. Like a non C6 Farazan is usable with Xiao, in particular if you're doing Xiao Farazan Cloud Retainer, because Cloud Retainer's energy particles would help reduce Farazan's energy needs. But especially a Cloud Retainer on Fav. So a Farazan can actually be pretty usable. Non-C6 is my point in a number of contexts. But in this team in particular, because you have the ability to on-field her, it means you can get her energy particles the way she's meant to get her energy particles without C6, which is by doing her charge attack. So, yeah, and there's not that many Farazan teams where you normally have the field time freedom to do that. But yeah. Dang it. Oh, come on. No. No, bad start. Farazan buffs animal and shreds animal res. Yes, she does that in her base kit. Her C6 allows her to buff animal crit damage. Yes, she buffs animal crit damage, but her C6 also triggers her pressurized collapse, I think, which is the same thing that you do when you do her skill and then do a charge attack. That's a pressurized collapse, like the vortex thing. That her C6 triggers that just by doing her burst, right? So like a Fab build Farazan, just doing EQ works because she generates a bunch of energy just from her burst, right? Her burst counts as doing skill damage hits essentially which is weird. It's why you can do like a golden true Farazan build. Like when I move Furina, I'm planning to move Furina to a permanent tenacity build eventually. And if I'm putting Furina on a permanent tenacity build, well, guess what? Then then Farazan should not be on tenacity, obviously, in this team. I'll put Farazan on golden troop. So, yeah. But yeah, that's why tenacity works, is because it counts as skill damage hits with C6. You don't use tenacity on Farazan if you don't have C6. If you don't have C6 Farazan, you should probably do VV Farazan in this team, in my opinion. Try to swirling Hydro, of course. And then Lanyan can be on a different build. I have my Lanyan on VV because I have very, very good VV artifacts. But yeah. Alright, alright. Bad. Yeah, this is definitely a team where I'd love to be able to show, because like I'm very confident that like it does work without constellations, but it would be really nice to be able to show on my account exactly how different it is with constellations, and unfortunately I can't. But it is what it is. Oh no, I did get it. Okay, good. I wasn't sure whether or not I should wait there. I maybe should have, but it's fine. Alright. Crit sad. Ow. Oh, so close. So close. See, this is where like C6 Lanya would be kind of nice. One just talent. Are you serious? Really? C6 Lanya would have been kind of nice. One, because talent levels probably would have got me there. But two, C6 Lanya in particular, that extra skill use, even if it's only twice per chamber, because it's, you know, it's an extra skill use, but it doesn't, you know, reduce her cooldown. But even if it's only one extra skill use per chamber, that one extra skill use is enough to potentially clear meaningfully faster. Yeah. A lot of C6 4-stars are basically 5-stars. In my opinion, Lanyan is a 5-star unit at C1. In my opinion. But, you know, other people have higher standards for DPS units nowadays, so anyways, this will be a little bit interesting. And this. I think it makes sense to do this. It might have made sense to use Dehya there at some point. If I need to optimize this, I will. Oh, get on the ledge. Good lord.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
That's fine.
Quick as a flash. I'm always watching. Emerge. Right now. Right here. You're dead meat. Right now. Emerge. Final warning. Control breathing. Nothing lasts forever. Right here, emerge.
No, we don't need boy base. Ah, no. Got it. No problem. That's a fun team. I really like that team. That might be actually one of my new favorite Dehya teams. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. This dynamic of being able to use Eon Sun buff for Yae and use Yae's little bit of movement to help with the buff up time. The buff up time isn't, again, the end of the world to like use it, and the fact that like Dehya gains more from like damage bonus than she does from whatever means like Eon Sun, while the attack buff definitely matters, isn't like Bennett doesn't have that significant of a high synergy with Dehya, right? So I like this a lot. This team has a really, really fun dynamic. It's going to stay in my team list. That is how much I like it. I'll even put it up top. What do I name it? Wait. Well. Yeah. I mean, DR. I don't know. I kind of like it lowercase actually, because the uppercase makes it be like duh yay, but like no, I think DA. DI. Ah, man, the problem is the pronunciation doesn't work when you actually speak it out loud. It works in spelling, but not spoken out loud. But I kind of like DA. It's even if we're saying it wrong because Yae Miko, not Yae, obviously. I like how it's just DA. The Yae. Yeah, exactly. Burning team. Sure, we can try a burning team with Lanyan. I'm down. Yeah, these are all okay. Yeah, the bottom four are all temporary. Bottom five are actually all temporary ones right now. Actually, no, bottom six. These 6 teams are all ones I'm probably not gonna play permanently. These are just ideas, upcoming videos, whatever. Anyways, okay. Let's. I don't need to teleport. I'm right here. We can do Emily. Yaya might be actually. Yaya sounds better for like a team name when you say it out loud, but I don't know. Anyways, but you want one thing that's good? I think this team should work perfectly fine with DSC6 even, right? Like, I think the rotation dynamic will change slightly with DSC6. Like potentially I will want to Dehya before doing Yae's first burst, but it depends on how the buff up time of Eonson works out. So, yeah, I don't know. In writing though, because of the fact that people might sometimes just see my team list in videos, I think I'm gonna keep it DA because it communicates what the team is better in writing, even if it doesn't sound as good verbally. Anyways, yeah, let's try it. So Lanyan, Emily, Dehya. And then should we do Eonson again? Should we do Eonson can buff Emily, right? Is the main thinking. And also obviously buffing Dehya and Lanyan a little bit. But Bennett could be better here. I don't know. I also don't. The Dehya energy situation on Dehya might be a little bit. Yeah, I'll try it like this though. I think this is interesting. Rotation's probably something like U into U into U. No, into U, and then into Dehya. I don't know if I need to though. I'll do. I think I'd actually probably fine to do U into U into Dehya. I don't know. We'll see what makes sense. It might be better to do one or the other. I think like Dehya's movement with her double E and Lanyan's E, Q, E should be enough movement to keep up buff without a problem. We also would have to consider whether or not to burst on Emily after. I don't know. Do I do? Sorry. I'm just trying to be like, do I do something like Emily E, Eonson EQ, Dehya E into Emily burst, get Emily burst with Eonson buff up? But no, because you have to stay on. Wait, does Emily burst snapshot? I don't remember if it does. Crap. You think I would know this? I think it doesn't, if I recall. Anyways, Whoops, you made a typo. You meant Eonson. Oh, you meant Eonson instead of Lanyan. Well, now we're doing a ball. So I don't know. There's weird rotation optimization to do here. Now we can't do DPS Lanyan on the first side. Dang it. We also can't do. Ah, crap. I also can't do Mika, Emily, Clorind. You know what? We'll do Clorind Electro Charge with Yae. Something like that. I don't know if the Yae will work well here, but we shall see. Triple Electro Charge instead of doing Animo. Why not? Screw BB. No one cares about it. Yae while this is happening. I forgot about the Electro Shield. Okay, we're gonna put an Animo unit instead. I did forget about the Electro Shield. Don't worry about it. We could have done it slowly. We'll do Yae still. Official's probably better, but we're doing Yae because I want to. Well, okay, my Yae might be better. With the build I have on my Yae now, and the fact that I have C2 Yae, my Yae actually might be better than Official. But, yeah. Might. Official's a bit of an overpowered nut, so... Actually, you know what, in particular, the fact that Official A4 doesn't work against this boss means that, yeah, I think Yae actually is better here, but anyways. I'm not sure how much better Yae is. I think Yae might be better at dealing with this shield, too, because Official can only hit this when it's, like, down on the ground a little bit. But, anyways. Do like that, into that. Lanyan, Yonsan, Emily, Dehya. I want to try something like this. So UE, E into U, and then Lanyan back into Emily Burst. Then, sorry, not Lanyan. Do Eons on into Emily Burst, into Lanyan, into Dehya. Gonna be a little bit of convoluted rotation. Top 1% characters make a top 1% team. I think my Kazuha actually has the ability to potentially be top 1% too if I reconfigured him a little bit around the Akasha balance, but I don't have to because I can cheat with R5 Ziphos. Actually, wait, there's a Ziphos leaderboard in there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I don't have good enough pieces. I haven't looked at my Kazuha build in a while. So, I don't know. Anyways, I don't think my Kazuha build has even been updated for Akasha, like, in forever. In particular, I have like 100 EM feather that I don't think is updated there. But anyways, this actually kind of is a top 1% of all of my characters team, almost. But Kazuha is not really top 1%. Zyphos Moonlight leaderboard. There is a Zyphos Moonlight leaderboard. Okay, that's good. I figured. Forgot to do this. I didn't have to do that. Corin could have done that. Whatever. Die, sir. 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 Thank you. Oh, I died. Oops. I was just trying to get him to not get knocked back. He had like 2 HP left. I was annoyed. Yeah, whatever. Oopsies.
Right here, right now. Moving.
Ow, 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 ow. Thought Kazuha was on slot 4 for some reason. Oh my god, stop!
Right here. Emerge. Ready.
Oh my god, stop! Oh my gosh, whatever. I need to redo this. I need to save Kazuha's burst. Save Kazuha's burst, and we're fine. But also these things are being extremely annoying.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Oh, I should have.
Into the shadows.
Can I stop taking like random damage from every little thing? My god. Ugh.
Show. Right now. Right here.
One with nature. Time to go. That hurts. This is.
Why? Yes, I could put an animal healer in instead. No, I refuse.
Emerge. Right now.
Wind strike.
I didn't swirl anything there.
Hunt them down. Strike a pose.
Frick off! Ah!
Right here. Right now.
Oh my god, they suck my energy. I hate these enemies.
Wind and cloud.
Stop! I don't have Furina burst going. Oh my god. These freaking enemies.
Time to shine. Right here. Right now.
Wind strike. Enough.
Okay.
Right here.
Truly the most fun chamber in this game. Let's get you back up, please.
Into the shadows.
Chlorine is the healing? No, not just Chlorine. Chlorine is healing for everyone else. It's Furina A4 passive, but Furina A4 passive with Chlorine healing, while I can constantly proc it, does not keep up if I am taking 500 hits of damage on every single other character as soon as I on-field them for a microsecond. Ugh.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
A little ambiance. Up and away. The show has begun. Bye. You're dead meat.
Yeah, a little bit sus up time on Dehya.
Fresh and floral.
I don't know if we bother with the Eon-san situation with...
Closing in.
Yeah, also energy. Yeah, energy. We're not bursting consistently. Yeah.
This will brighten up the place.
Yep. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Let's buckle up. Ha. Gloves off. A little ambiance. Control breathing. Up and away. Closing in.
Interesting dynamic. I'm trying to get a feel for like how it would be if I could burst consistently on Dehya in particular. I think bursting consistently on Lanyan is not the end all be all, but it's kind of goofy. It's kind of decent, and yeah, and that thing is Dender resistant. Right. Hopefully I can play this one a little bit better. Yeah, we should see pretty constant procs of Furina A4. That while we will be at half HP, can I do this? While we'll be at half HP, Furina A4 should keep the team, in the neighborhood of like fluctuating a little bit above half HP constantly. But it's the problem of when you accidentally fall below half HP like I was before, where the Furina Chlorine as the only healer synergy has a problem. So it's definitely like a less survivable team, but I don't know. Doing solo healer for Furina with Chlorine is one of the more fun synergies I think in the game. I think the balance is like really enjoyable, but yeah. Do this. Okay.
Emerge right now, right here.
Shoot on sight. Loaded.
Prototype Amber, yeah. I mean, that would be an option, but no. That chamber was a much better demonstration of how, yeah, Chlorine can be fairly competent as the only healer with Furina. Not gonna bother doing the Eons on thing this time. I think Dehya's better. Wait, I forgot. I have Dendro and Electro. I could have. Okay, well, do that now. Whatever. Just do this. I don't have pyro going. Ah! Oopsies. I would have killed it there with Lanya if I didn't forget to have pyro going. But yeah, I could have just quickened the enemy directly. But honestly, that wasn't that bad. It wasn't that slow, and like it might have been slower in some ways to try to have to find it and when it's invisible and make sure I had quicken on it instead. But it should have been doable.
Right now, right here, emerge.
Into the shadow. Hunt them down.
Right now, right here.
Time to testify.
I think Yae is better here for this to a meaningful degree. Ow. I think I wasted the skill use there, my bad. I don't, the only problem is like I don't know if it's very easy to fit in Yae burst.
Into the shadow.
You're dead. Alright. How am I losing the buff? What is happening? Wait, no, do this. I don't know if this actually made sense because the energy is going to be a bit. But I figured I had a bunch of time, so. Okay, well, that's... Ah, crap. Crap, I just reset her level. That was just circumstance of bad timing.
Dancing in the wind. Up and away. You're dead meat. This will brighten up the place. Look alive. Hi. Controlled breathing. Closing in. Butterfly. Swift as the swallow.
Okay, I do not think I used it here. Yeah, it's obviously a worse team than the Shepherds team. We'll just do pillars.
A little ambiance.
Oh, I wanted to kill with Lanyan. Oh well. I don't know, the team has a weird weird dynamic. It's not... I don't know, like I'm trying to like it's hard to get a gauge for it with not having like the proper ER situation, but it wasn't bad. It's mostly just, you know, a weird combination of like, yeah, none of those units individually were contributing like Emily, Dehya. Emily was probably the majority damage contribution, but like Emily doing a good bit of damage, Dehya doing a good bit of damage, and Lanyan doing a good bit of damage is all just enough that like, yep, it worked, right? But it didn't exactly have like direct high enough synergy with any of those units together, other than like Emily didn't have any real downside there as far as like lacking in damage. She was getting her full potential, but yeah, I don't know. I definitely like the dynamic of this Shepherds Dehya team as far as Dehya Eonson in particular goes, at least. But yeah, anyways, wasn't bad. Still took 2 minutes because you had the 1% team. I mean, that's a lot of team. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. It's not a team I'm recommending. I'm just saying it didn't like not work. So yeah. If I didn't have as good of builds and whatever on the other side, yeah, it would have been a bit more of a struggle for sure. So yeah, it's not bad, but not one I'd recommend, which is like what most teams that I play are. Not bad, but not what I'd recommend. Whereas like this team is one like, I don't know, I think you could actually quite seriously recommend this team. And Fischl, I'm sure, is a perfectly fine alternative to Yae here. But I do think Yae is a bit better, meaningfully better potentially than Yae in this context. So yeah. Better team on one side or the weird team on second side works. Yeah, that tends to be my philosophy in general. In clearing abysses, just use a better team, but still a team I enjoy playing on one side, and then do whatever shenanigans on the other side. And this abyss in particular, obviously, with how skewed the HP totals for clearing this abyss is heavily skewed towards this boss. Not as heavily as it will be next abyss, but it's like 4.3 million HP, I think. Actually, what is the total? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not that skewed. Let me double check. Browser. Hey, Dehya birthday art. Go to Hom DG Cat. Shoop. Spiral Abyss. Loading. 8.8 million. Oh, it wasn't... Okay, maybe it was actually more evenly split than I thought. Okay. It's a little bit skewed. But it's actually relatively evenly split. It's a little skewed towards this, but factoring in the fact that this has a mechanic that eats a chunk of its health, like basically pretty much any team you use right against the automaton, you're always going to at least get it knocked down from its pillar phase once. So that's that functionally reduces its total HP, right? So I'd say actually in this abyss cycle it's pretty even. The next one though, it's a bit skewed. The next one though is very skewed. Because it has higher, there's 375% scaling for this one. Even though it's a lower level, it has more HP. And so, yeah, 5 million out of 7 million HP is this boss. Oh boy. Anyways, So yeah. Anyways, this one is actually okay balance. Someone in the previous stream had asked about a Lanyon Dehya burning team before Eon Sun was released, and this ended up as one of the teams brainstormed. Oh, nice. I didn't even realize that was something that had been talked about before. But yeah, that's kind of exactly why I like Lanyon on her generic VV build, is so I can just do generic supportive things for Lanyon. Right, because Lanyon was doing VV there, right, for Dehya. Tails or... Actually, you know what would have been better? So Lanyon's personal damage, if we're not doing 2 skills on Lanyon per rotation, Lanyon on Starcaller's Watch is quite good, for sure. I could have maybe considered doing that, and that actually would have maybe improved the team dynamic a little bit, but even more, especially, yeah, and in particular, since this build with sac frags was not bursting every rotation on Lanyon. So if I'm bursting every other rotation anyways, this would increase the damage on 1 skill, and give more buffing value, so something like that could have been better, but yeah. So Jeff cleared the Hydro Wolf with full Nubilet 4-star team. The Hydro Wolf. What's the Hydro Wolf? But yeah, anyways. You moved her to a cracked VD build now. You're giving Aoife your DPC pieces. Nice, nice. Aoife on DPC will make more sense. It won't be good, but it will make more sense. Particularly because it might actually make him heal more. I would have to guess that Desert Pavilion, like Desert Pavilion Aoife on Lost Prayers. No, Lost Prayers is movement speed, not attack speed. Never mind. Just Desert Pavilion. How much attack speed is it? It is 10% normal attack speed. Yeah, I don't know. For DPS, but Sylveon, since you're doing DPS Eva, by the way, I might want to actually play Eva on your account for an Eva video, rather than building him on my account, just because of a resource situation, right? Of Dissension crystals and all that. But I think messing around with him on DPC, which I don't have, so like even if I was leveling him for sure, I wouldn't be able to do it. But yeah, did I try the new event? Yeah, I did some new event stuff with Dehya. I can try some new event. I can try some with some other characters. We can do other team shenanigans, but can't burn myself to get a Lanyon a DPS VV build. Yeah, so I just like it for universality. It's like it's obviously not the best set for Lanyon to get the maximized damage, but for the purpose of like still being able to use Lanyon for supportive utility and weird quick swap DPS potential, being slotted in a team is quite fun, right? But obviously when you remove like Farazan buffing and whatever Omega buffing for Lanyon, her personal damage contribution goes down meaningfully. So yeah. Solitary Suwani. Ah, that's what you meant by the Hydro Dragon. Yeah. I see. Anyways. You have to work on leveling Farazan then. Surely you'll get a decent Sand soon. For what it's worth, I don't think Farazan will have to have an insane build as long as your Farazan is C6. Just like a fab build with, just fab build tenacity with some amount of crit substats should be fine, right? Like the difference between a Farazan build, the problem with people with the Farazan that with C6 is that people do underestimate Farazan's damage contribution, I think, at C6 at least. Such that it's kind of sad. Like so many people with C6 Farazan just have her like on a 40 crit rate, 60 crit damage build, and it's like, no, you should probably consider investing into her a little bit. But how does quick swap work in Genshin? I mean, it depends on the team, but you can rewind the stream if you want to see some stuff. But quick swap basically just means you're playing units that don't require as much field time. So rewind the stream by a couple minutes and you'll see like the Dehya team with Lanyon, or the Dehya, I would even say the Dehya Yae team is kind of quick swappy, but if you want to see a true quick swappy team, go watch my DPS Chevreuse video with Eon Sun. That one inherently needed to swap. But yeah. Anywho's, yeah, I might move. What I want to look at actually is because like I keep on fab, but I might move Farazan to 4-piece golden troop in the future, permanently instead of tenacity, simply because of the fact that basically any time I'm playing Farazan, I usually am playing Furina with her, I would say. Because if you're playing Farazan, you're generally doing animo DPSing things, right? And the other method of doing animo DPSing is just getting a bunch of damage bonus. So my inclination is actually to... Okay, Auroron's using that. Well, Auroron is using that as an off-piece. Auroron can find something else. Let's see. So, let's see. I don't know. I don't think Auroron needs that extra ER roll, so may as well just give him more crit then in exchange. Yeah, give him an extra curry roll. That should be fine. So give Farazan this, and then the problem is, okay. The problem is, you know, I only have one good crit rate circlet, and the fish is using it. I need more golden shroop. Shoot. But here, let's just test like yoinking these. Just basically yoink my Furina artifacts. With the exception of the circlet. Because I do not have an animo damage bonus circlet in Golden Troop. I don't think. No. Yes, I have plenty of physical goblets. Truly what I needed. Honestly, I don't think I need these. I think I have a very good physical goblet for what it's worth already as an off piece. If I want to do physical things, yeah, I have that. So screw those. I'll keep the one that had ER attack percent crit rate, just in case I want it for Fremine in the future. Yeah, I got options. I'm not. Well, yeah. The problem is I think these are more valuable for strongbox pieces for me right now. And EM is not a relevant substat on physical, so you know. What I need to do is figure out. Okay. First of all, I guess what does it look like on this? What? I just somehow clicked on sucrose. How did that happen? Actually, how did that happen? My mouse was over on the right side. Oh, I clicked the arrow by accident. Yeah, okay. No. No. Little not ideal. I kind of maybe have to do this actually. Maybe unironically have to do that. Give me it'll give me more wiggle room for ER. Really? Really? That didn't put me over. I thought that would put me over 70%. It's really annoying not to be at 70%. Not that I need 70%, but like... But really? But really? What is the solution to this? The solution is crit. Thank you. Attack goblet, maybe. I don't really love the idea of doing an attack goblet, but I do have this. But this animal goblet, though. Do you see this animal goblet? Look at it. Breathe it in. The actual solution is probably this. So we just hurt Fischl's build even more. Sorry, Official. I need another crit rate circlet and gold troop. That's what I need. Right. Like, this is... Yeah. Oh, I still have 6... Oh yeah, duh, because I swapped the feather. Oh my god, whatever. Like, this looks really nice, and it might work quite well. It's probably fine as far as a build balance goes. But but also, I don't know, here. Do this instead. There we go. That's better. That's better. What does my poor official look like though? Without a crit damage circlet. I need more golden troop. Oh. That's fine. That's a piece. Not ideal. And this, you know, we can add the crit rate. Her crit rate's fine, but her crit damage has heavily suffered. Ooh. I would really like a crit rate circlet with crit damage. That's what I would like. I do not think I can keep Farazan and Fischl on the on a good golden troop build at the same time. You have an opportunity game to be very nice to me. Nope. I'll give you one more chance. Let's see here. I mean, do I really ever need this? It would be funny to try to use this on Navia, but like, this would mean using a scuff crit ratio on Navia, so like, and I have cracked crit, like double crit attack percent circlets already, so you know what? Screw that piece. C6 Navia, I don't think that's happening. I don't know. We might lock it again. Let's take a peek see through. Do I really need this? I have plenty of off-piece EM pieces. I'm never going to use this as an onset piece. Here, we're going to lock this again for now. Thanks. Come on, game. Just give me one circlet. Give me one chance. Give me one chance. You know what? Screw Whimsy. I've already decided to say F off Whimsy. That's a fab off piece, so we can keep that. That's just a double crit 4 line. That's also a fab piece. Ugh. Fab piece is the bane of my existence. What do I need this for? Double crit and min roll 3 line? Frick that piece. We can turn it into a circlet. Crit damage, ER. I mean, maybe for a Mualani piece, but my Mualani is fine. Oh, we have... Okay, you know what? Let's do 2. Here, let's do it. Crit damage, 4 line. I already have a... I have this. I already have a 40 CPPs. Like, do I need this? You know what? I'd rather throw away this than this. We gotta throw some potential good pieces in exchange for... in exchange for... Plunge Sherlonin, maybe? Honestly, maybe. Plunge Sherlonin might be actually pretty okay at this. Anyways. You know, Fab is good when you keep any artifact for it. Yeah, exactly. These are just like on the off chance that Skirk is HP scaling. There's a chance. There is a reality where that is real. I don't think I need an HP main stat Lava Walker piece. Alright. I just want to see a circlet. I do kind of need more feather options. It's kind of a coat piece, potentially. Even if it rolls double crit. But please, just give me a circlet. I just want to see a dream happening. Def circlet 4-line on gladiators. Min rolls. Screw that. I already have like a 40 C. I think I have a 40 CV gladiator circlet. That's HP main stat already. In what reality do I need this? Yeah, I already have this. Like, in what reality do I need that circlet? That is a 3-liner. God dang it. Just give me... Just give me a circlet. Just give me a circlet. Just want to see a circlet. Oh, God. Yeah, death circlets are weird. I think I have good HP timepieces already in this set. Do I? I don't remember. I actually do not remember. I don't think I need this. You know what? Screw this beat. One circlet. Oh my god. Actually kill me. I just want to see a circlet game. I actually am losing my sanity here. I'm stubborn and I want to see a circlet. My god, the amount of flowers I have in Wanderer's Troop. I can't possibly need all these. I have really, really good Wanderer's Troop flowers already. Like... Okay. I think no. No. I think anything that's a low roll is a no. Low crit rate roll on a 3-line piece. That's a high roll, high roll. High roll, high roll. Double crit already. It has 3 good lines, 3 good lines, 3 good lines, 3 good lines. It's 4-line. Okay, like the fact that I haven't leveled up this should tell you that I don't need these. Honestly, most of these 3-liners are probably not relevant, like at all. You know what? Screw it. I don't recommend doing this. But like the fact that I have these really implies that I don't think I'm ever going to need these. Screw these 3-line pieces. Just one circlet. There's a circlet! Wow. What if it hits 40 crit damage or 20 crit rate? Wouldn't matter. I really don't think it would matter. Oh, that was worth it. I'm glad I did that. Yep. That was really worth it. Oh, that was so worth it. Roll it? No. That was so worth it. Why in the world would I need this? I will keep that. Oh, okay. Well, that was worth it. Thank you for watching that really enjoyable Gamba experience. Who we gambling for? The goal was to hopefully be able to have Farazan and Fischl on a not coat build at the same time. that was the goal. I wanted Varazon and Visual on Golden Troop because the idea is if I move Furina permanently to a Wanderer's troop, or sorry, Wanderers, to a Tenacity build, then Varazon could move to a permanent Golden Troop build. But while I have good timepiece options, I do not have good circlet options. So I don't know. I'd have to maybe consider using this on Varazon and just dealing with cope amounts of crit rate. It'd be fine. So for now, I should fix this and return things to normal. Flap. Okay. And then put Furina back to normal. All right, that was a brief distraction. And by brief, I mean way too long of a distraction. Crap! I forgot to wait. No, what? This right? But why? Oh, I remember. Yeah. Okay. No, I know what happened. It's fine. All right. Do. What? Wait. No. What? There we go. All right, fixed. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, fixed. All right, perfect. Bam. Wait, no, not fixed. There we go. Bam, fixed. Good lord. Use elixirs easy. Like 3 elixirs. Yeah, it would be a safe bet. Like at this point, yes. It would have to wait until next patch, but that's fine. But yeah, getting an elixir next patch, or I'd have to dump XP. I could do it this patch, but I'd have to dump XP. So I think what I do is keep on farming whatever artifact sets. Strongbox for tenacity to try to get some better tenacity pieces for Furina, because there's multiple different pieces I need for Furina. So like Furina doesn't make sense to use the sanctifying elixirs for a tenacity build in Furina, because there's too many potential upgrade paths. It's not just like one piece that I would potentially need. I would want like a flower, an onset goblet could be nice, and more circlet options would be really nice. Although my preference would be an onset goblet, an onset HP goblet. I can use an off-piece circlet. I can use my existing timepiece, my existing feather, and then a different flower. So, you know, a flower and a goblet in particular means like I'm not going to use these, I think, for tenacity for Furina. But I could use 3 of them for a crit rate circlet. Yes. But I don't know. Yeah. Elixirs. Ugh. One Piece is real. Yeah, exactly. I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I feel like I've done nothing. Okay, we're going to go into polearms only quick, and then we'll come back. Is there anything else we should do with Dehya? I don't know. Well, other than exploration. I think I might just explore around in this area. I want to do more of this quest. But I think I should go into polearms only quick. Finish dailies there. Have we done Deadly Assault yet? Yes. Maybe I could do some ZZZ after we're done here. So let's go into my main account, Let's go on to polearms only, not my main account. This is my main account. Is your gamble pride satisfied now? I mean, I wouldn't say I was satisfied, but hey, I at least saw a circlet. I should have probably put all those pieces into tenacity instead. It probably would have had a higher chance of giving me relevant pieces. But imagine if that was a good circlet, right? Next Friday's Endless stream, WUW, what? Yeah. You have the patch update. Wait, what? Is there a patch update? Is the patch update for Zenless next week? No, it's not, right? What? Wait, what? It's a week from next week, right? Anyways, maybe I could do some Zenless after we're done with all the Genshin things. I think I need. Well, I can get the. Yeah, that's fine. I can get the boss tomorrow. Not that big a deal. I only need to farm the. I do need to farm the new boss for Voldemort on this account. $6.36 on new event day 2. Is that okay? Day 2? Well, I haven't done day 2, so I don't know how much harder day 2 is. But yeah.
This route.
I was able to get to 1,000 with a Dehya, Yae, Chevre's team. So I would say that 600 is probably not that impressive, but at the same time, I don't know what the boss is. So I think it was the hamster. Was it the hamster? I don't know. Anyways, use these. C6 Yelan on the new event? No. Why would I? I have not touched C6 Yelan to do anything intentionally with her for quite a while. Day 2 isn't out yet. I mean, I think it might be for Asia server. 11 hours? Yeah. It might be out on Asia server. I'm not sure. I don't know if C6 Yelan is enough for damage this day and age. I mean, if I spec around it, it's still like a decent amount of damage, but it's definitely quite underwhelming. It was an overrated constellation back then, and it's a more overrated constellation today. How loud is Sumeru music? Quite loud. I think the T-Bot might have like a baseline louder volume for the music too, but I think that song is just loud. Finish my drink, sorry. This event pushes Mika too. I mean, it's relatively easy to get platinum, I think, without Mika level damage, so I don't know if it does as much. Because I think getting focused on killing the enemy completely is a bit silly. Well. I got it with a trial. Wait, you got it with a trial Chaska? You got platinum with a trial Chaska? Yeah, there you go. You can get platinum with a trial Chaska, right? Like, I don't know, just... I don't think the existence of... the fact that it has 9,999 HP bars alone is like, oh, this is just Mika shilling, because like I do not think this is the same situation as the stupid 30-second combat challenge. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is a much more fun and much better designed combat event, probably, as far as allowing you to use different kinds of teams. But yeah, it depends. If the buffs end up super targeted or whatever towards Mika, maybe. But I don't know what the buffs look like for the other days. But the buffs on the first day were pretty generic, which is, yeah. So this kind of combat event, I think, is a pretty fun combat event, which is cool. I will probably mess around more with other characters in it. But yeah. Mika being the DPS ceiling in the game means that, like, yes, I guess you could make an argument that anything that has a big HP pool is Mika selling, but like, really? just be like, yeah, she's the DPS ceiling, so anything with a high amount of HP will means the strongest unit in the game as far as on-field damage goes will be good. Like, yeah. So, I don't know, right? I didn't, Chippers. Yeah, community, anything a bit challenging equals Mika event, yeah. Sure, we can try that. Sure, that's exactly what I need. I would have appreciated that on my main account. Wonderful. This is why I hate farming the same domain at the same time on 2 accounts. I hate it so much. You get a piece that's probably almost assuredly useless here, and that could have been really nice to have on my other account. Whatever. I'm gonna level that up out of spite. It's probably gonna roll 3 times into crit too, just to troll me. Additionally, because like I said, I never get crit. I cannot get crit damage circlets on my main account that roll more than twice into crit. I lied. All right, never mind. Bye. Oops. How did it not unlock? Okay. What's my Shao situation at? I can't remember how much ER he's getting from his feather. Not much. So this feather could definitely be an upgrade. Either of them, technically. Which is cool. Probably not that one, though. Alright. We believe in you, Feather. Let's... Okay, then. Not great. Would really appreciate attack percent, or in particular, ER. It might be an upgrade, to be clear, but it's not that exciting of a one. Well. Wow. Exciting. Yes, those are low rolls. Those are definitely low rolls. Hey, it's a 30 CV piece. It's a usable artifact. It rolled better than average technically, but wow, certainly not exciting. Yup. But hey, it's mostly an upgrade. Well, not really, because it already seemed like solo Animo Shao was not getting enough. It kind of, even though I have this perfect circlet for him, and this timepiece is kind of exactly what I need, other than, yeah, it would be nice to have more crit. This is not enough ER, but, you know, we'll pretend it is. We'll pretend it is.
You have my undivided.
So, yep, there you go. It's usable. Usable. I don't know. There's no perfect Shao build on this account, unfortunately. Like, when Escoffier comes out, I might use Shao as an example of, like, hey, look, Escoffier is an upgrade for Shao team, mostly as an example to say that what I think the problem with Escoffier's kit is, right? Wherein, like, yeah, Escoffier, sure, it's great. That I'm glad, you know, it does uplift, you know, Ayaka team damage performance. That's great. That's great. But, like, it's not really that much on the strengths of how much she buffs Ayaka. She's not buffing Ayaka that much more than existing options, other than just her being, her personal damage increasing the team DPS substantially, and the fact that she's a healer, and the fact that she's the buff, right? But then, like, okay, in the same vein, yeah, polearms only, Escoffier's gonna be an upgrade for Shao. Wow, cool. It's gonna make Shao team stronger. But it's not by buffing Shao that much. It's and in fact, what it's gonna do is make it so Shao's best build is almost assuredly BB. I'm like 90% confident of that right now. It's just like, yeah, ooh, it's an upgrade for Shao. But it also makes Shao's best build VV. And I think Shao's best build might be VV regardless, but, you know. I don't know. Anyways, all they need to do is add some amount of like mechanical conditions to the kit. That's all they needed to do. But no, it's just all reward, no cost. It just like, you press E, and you press Q if you need healing, or you want the damage from the Q. Because LOL, why not have it also have 1000% multiplier that could trigger a melt? Because reasons. Like, unironically, like Xiao's best team on this account might be Escoffier, Yansan, Xiangling. Sir, can you leave me alone? And then you don't even burst on Xiao. You just E on Xiao. Like and just get Eon San's buff for Escoffier instead, right? Why don't you put Xiao on VV at this point? He has been on VV for a long time. But now that like this new set exists, I was like, okay, you know what? This new set exists in conjunction with Eon San, which Eon San and the new set can make him do actually like decent damage. But like not enough damage that it actually necessarily makes it better than VV. And that's what I'm gonna test eventually. Do I need? I forgot what I had for my. I might need to strongbox first for some more VV, I guess. What does my VV build look like? I think it's a question of my ER a little bit, but I have that if I need the ER, I guess. So this. Okay. Ammo Gooblet. Potentially do the onset if we need. Oh no, I need to do an offset circlet. I see. Okay. Well, that's gonna hamper my shell build just a bit. I don't know, we can stick with this circlet though, I guess. It's a lot of ER after all. And then we'll do that. I see. That on its own is not going to... This is very close to a comparable build. Like, if I had 2 more crit rate rolls, this is basically the same amount of stats on this build as I have on the plunge build, right? With 2 more crit rate rolls. Which is a little bit easier said than done as far as trying to get... Like, I'd have to get... What would I have to get? I guess a better goblet, really. Which means an onset circlet, most likely. Yeah, so I should strongbox for some VV. If I want to actually properly compare the sets. Okay, well, yay. Yes, Arlecchino is C6 on polearms only. Technically, she's C7. A privilege of being able of doing a polearm only account that's run for several years is that you have some excess primo gems. You get enough wishes that you have way more than you need over time. When I started, like, to be clear, if you started a polearm only account now, you would struggle. It would take you a long time to get to this point. But I started a polearm only account at the right time, such that having run a polearm only account long term, this account can afford to do things like going for constellations. Even with as little resources as it seems like I have right now, I actually have a guarantee. I should pretty easily be able to get Escoffier and her weapon on this account. And I could even consider going for C1 potentially. Because of capturing radiance, I actually have a 75-25. I don't think I am going to go for C1 because C1's kind of garbage for polearms only. Like, it's okay in the fact that it would make the specifically one team. It would make Escoffier, Candice, Shenhe, Rosaria, or Mika better. Or Shenhe, Mika, Rosaria Escoffier, the no Hydra variant. That's the only interesting value to Escoffier C1. But the problem is it doesn't buff crit damage of physical damage. It only buffs the crit damage of cryo damage, which I think is lame. So, anyways, the pain in his voice when he said C7. It's not really pain. It was the objectively correct decision, technically, to get C7 Arlecchino. I got a 5-wish refund. That might matter. Might matter for Escoffier. But anyways, just weird problems. Wouldn't C1 Shao buff the account for you then? No. C1 Shao would not buff the account that much. That happened with Yao Yao. That was one of the more questionable decisions on this account. Like, for a short period, I think that was actually worthwhile. For a short period, I think it was actually worthwhile going for C6 Yao Yao. We just happened to get 2 freaking Shaos and going for C6 Yao Yao. We got lucky, to be clear. Like, I think they were both 50-50 wins, and I think at least one of them was an early. If not both of them. I don't remember exactly. It was definitely one of the funnier circumstances of wishing on this account where it's like, okay, the Shao constellations don't matter, but hey, Yao Yao's running on the banner. It was a rerun for Yao Yao. I had like C2 Yao Yao, or C3 or something, and I was like, okay, Yao Yao giving extra Dendro application. This was before Emily, so like Yao Yao giving extra Dendro application might open up some team options a little bit, and in particular, the idea was that it would make Hybrid Raiden meaningfully better, because the extra Dendro application, like the problem with Hybrid Raiden in this account is that Yao Yao's Dendro application makes it kind of hard to keep up Quicken, and Yao Yao C6 actually makes it meaningfully easier to keep up Quicken, for Hybrid Raiden. But then that was also the year that, you know, we got Emily. It was the beginning of the year. It was the beginning of last year, right? We got Emily and Arlecchino, and we had gotten Chevers very shortly before that. So, like, I think it was in hindsight, it was a mistake to go for C6 Yao Yao, but not that big of a one. We've been perfectly fine. So, anyways, yep. Well, this was Polearm's only for the day. Well, you know what? We'll do a VB dump. Why not? I either need an onset goblet or a good circlet, basically. Seems to be in a pretty good circlet, or like a really good circlet. We'll see though. I just want to have the ability to have a relatively comparable VV build versus a non-VV build for Shao versus the plunge build, right? I was strong boxing for Emblem, but in hindsight, we don't really need that much better Emblem pieces. Would it be nice to have better Emblem pieces? Sure. I would like to perfect Raiden, but that's fine. I can work on that long term. There's really not that much of importance to farm for this account that I can afford to do that. No. Wow. Perfect. Exactly what we needed. Exactly what we needed. Still farming for number 1 Arlecchino? No. I've given up. The elixirs boned me too hard with the goblets. Like the first goblet went really well, but like in the perfect middle ground of really well, such that it's like I'm very happy that I have this goblet. The elixirs like is a very good goblet. It's very good. It's a sad minimum rolls and crit rate and whatever, but you know, a very good goblin nonetheless. But like to get number 1 Arlecchino at this point, I basically need this goblet, but like higher crit value, and or like attack percent instead of flat HP here kind of thing. And then I need like a attack percent timepiece that like this flat attack would be in crit, and then ideally would be a 4-line with another crit roll, so like at least a 45 to 50 CV attack timepiece, a better goblet, and then I could probably have number 1 Arlecchino. But like that's a really specific set of requirements. Like incredibly specific artifacts that are hard to get. So, nah. I'm good with... she was number 7 at one time, and she has now fallen to like top 42 or something. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I've given up. The grind broke me. I broke. After a year, I broke. Oh, she's 46 now. Yeah, she'll continue to slowly fall as more and more people strongbox Whimsy. And I'm not saying I'm never going to strongbox Whimsy, but right now my priority on poems only would be like strongboxing VV, apparently, and then also strongboxing Emblem, because I would like to get Raiden to be better than this. This is a very good Raiden build, but I theoretically can definitely use a crit damage circlet on Raiden instead, but I need the right balance of stats. So, anyways, it's things to work on, right? But yeah. Basically an entire year of resin in this domain, like almost literally an entire year worth of resin. So, not quite an entire year, to be clear, but very close to an entire year worth of resin in this domain was this build. Which has it has one different piece, and my Arlecchino actually has equipped in game because I have C6 and I don't actually need 99.8 crit rate. But yeah, number 46. She was number 7 at one point. She was in the top 10, but it's fine that we fell below. By the way, this build, you know how insane. Remember how I mentioned earlier in the stream how Emily doesn't have any ER categories? This is an Emily build with 140% energy that is still top 2%. This is an absolutely bonkers Emily build. Like a truly bonkers Emily build. Like, this might be number 1 Emily if there was actually ER categories. I'm not kidding. But there's not ER categories. With the only thing holding her back, like, she might not be number 1 because of the circlet. The circlet has very high CV, but low roll value because it doesn't have like attack percent or anything. She's top 2% technically, but there's no ER categories. Like all these ER rolls are basically they're not completely disregarded, I think, technically, they're not disregarded as far as the roll value these pieces go, but the ER rolls I do not believe do anything unless they update anything. Yeah, no. It's just the leaderboards is like a really stupid dead simple leaderboard. No one else on 4-piece deep would in the team. Reverie, yeah. So, anyways, and like. Actually, that's kind of funny, by the way. So here's my main account, Emily build, which is just 10%. It's the same exact crit damage, but 10% less crit rate, and a very similar amount of ER, but less attack percent. So you can see the difference. The main difference between these builds is not really the crit rate. Like, the crit rate definitely makes a difference for their average ranking, but actually it's more than anything is the attack. You can see this. My main account has a 2071 attack. This one has 2357. Yeah. Anyways, that's enough difference to be like, 80,000 extra damage in a rotation. It's pretty significant. So yeah. Anyways, yep. I guess this should improve. Xiao's ranking should go up a little bit with that new artifact, by the way. Actually, it might not. I don't know. It might fall. The reason okay, so he was top 6% with this build, right? With his old feather. But now I got one more crit rate roll. And he should stay in the 130 ER category. So I don't know. He might not fall, but he also might fall because other people are farming this set, right? So let's see. What in the Jesus Christ? Oh, I have him on VV right now. Oops. Oopsies. I forgot. It was like, no way he did fall that much. No. I want to see, like, the difference in this as far as the leaderboard goes is one more crit roll. I have one more crit roll versus what I had before. You can make this Emily one, but not a Sino one. I mean, to be fair, the Emily leaderboard is freaking useless, but it's fine. Well, sorry, the Emily leaderboard for her signature weapon is useless. I think the Emily leaderboard for other weapons is kind of okay. Because it's not as relevant to have ER on a non-signature weapon Emily, but it is on a signature weapon Emily because a little bit of ER on a signature weapon Emily lets you burst more consistently. But anyways, for the context of what they're evaluating, it's fine. It's a very a very dead simple way to evaluate Emily builds, and in my opinion, not the correct way, at least without ER subcategories, but it's fine. I would not use Akasha to evaluate the quality of your Emily build, is my point. But yeah, I'm surprised by... actually, no, I'm not that surprised. I was going to say, I'm surprised my Shenhe is this high, but this is a very good Shenhe build, actually, so never mind, I lied. 810% roll value goblet. Yep. Yeah, no, it's kind of hard to get a much better Shenhe build than this, yeah. Anyways. I think if I put, by the way, if I put my Raiden, some of the Raiden artifacts, not all of them, on Xiangling, Xiangling can actually be top 1% as well, but Raiden's not using those pieces, so it's fine. The fact that she's still top 5% even with this build is pretty good. But, yeah. Flat attack is carrying that goblet. Which one? Oh, this one? I mean, it does take it over 810% if I didn't have the flat roll, I think. But anyways, let's see if Xiao updated. Probably didn't yet. Oh, it did. Ah, he did go up. Let's go. He's now top 4%, Xiao. He's getting up there. I just jumped 2,000 spaces with one artifact. That means if I jump 2,000 spaces with every new artifact I get, it should only take a very short amount of time to get number 1. That's how that works, right? Coming for you, Zayax. I'm coming for you, Zayax. No, probably not, but I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to farm Emblem again, of all things, but anyways. Let's go back to my main account for a little bit. Actually, I don't know. Well, yeah. Oh, we'll go. I want to see if we can finish the. Well, I don't know if we're gonna finish the quest, but I want to do Zenless things. I'm down with doing some Zenless things, but I kind of want to. I don't know. Oh yeah, speaking of polearms only, for anyone that missed it, I should have. I gotta go review the video and see. But so it was another video edited by my editor Atomic. Thank you, Atomic. The polearms only Abyss Clear. I figured that was a decent video to make into an edited format. We'll see how a new polearms only video performs. The title's gonna be kind of convoluted. It's gonna be like, can I 36 star the Abyss with polearms only without Arlecchino, which is a mouthful, I know, but that's kind of what it was. So that video should hopefully be coming out tomorrow, assuming I can make a thumbnail tonight, and don't have to do any other major changes to the video. That is not what I need to do, I don't think. What is this quest, actually? Volcano Tolan. Okay. Wait, is this my quest? No. It says, please edit to that. Sir, I did not do anything for you. Leave me alone. Okay. Sorry. Complete the... Oh, okay. I just wanted to target the... God... That's just... Okay, I accidentally alt-tabbed. Sorry, wrong button. Wrong button. What the hell? Wait, what? I targeted this one and it was like, oh, you're not targeting the right one. So I have to target this one? Really? Alright then. Whatever. Water drink. Don't mind me. My audio is breaking. Is it breaking for you guys? back now. That might have just been something on my end. I think that was I set my water bottle too hard. The stupid Go... Man, I love the mini USB connector. Any company... Like, the Go XLR is a great product. It's like, it's almost perfect. Except that freaking connector. It was weird for a second? Okay. You're right next to a lathe. Are you lathing something right now? What are you creating? Anyways, I'm curious. Also, be careful. Lathes are scary. Anyway, so yeah, the stupid connector on the Go XLR is the main downside of the product. And the company, the TC Elegant, is not making any new version of the thing either, so it's annoying. But what I would give for a USB-C version of it. I wonder if I can make a USB. I might be able to open it up and replace the port. I wonder. It'd be nice, but anyways. I think it's fine now, so that's good. Anyways.
Full speed ahead.
Okay, interesting. Is there any lower explanation for why there's roads here? Oops. Just got Shunyun. You don't really have anyone that people use it with. Any recommendations? Break the seal outside. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Sorry. Whoever you want to do plunge shenanigans with, it would be my recommendation. Cause yeah, if you don't want to play Shunyun, Veresa, Gaming as the main obvious, ones, you can do plunge shenanigans with any number of units. One of my favorites is plunge Yae. I've done plunge Dehya. She is one of the main units that is like the easiest method with Furina for turning units into compelling plunge DPSs. You want to do plunge DPS Candace? Well, you can do like Candace, Furina, Cloud Retainer, Eons on. Should be pretty good, right? So, yeah. In the worst case scenario, yeah, you can use her as a VV healer. You can use her as a side grade / upgrade to Jean. Jean has some downsides, but, as far as a VV healer goes, Jean also has some upsides, but, can you do plunge Venti? Probably not. You can't do plunge everyone. Bow characters the main ones you can't really do plunging with. I mean, you can. Like, plunge DPS Goro is probably better than any other form of DPS Goro, to be completely honest. But, you can do plunge Barbara, you can do Diluc, you can do Yanfei. But yeah. Machine Gun Goro, I mean, yes. If you are a god, Machine Gun Goro might technically be better than plunge Goro. If you are Bote. I don't think very many Genshin players are Bote. What are we doing here? This is a very large piece of land that doesn't have much on it. Aggravate plunge Kaching. Yep, you do aggravate plunge Kaching. Most units in the game can do something. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool little game. What? Come on. God dang it. Should I switch to... I mean, I like Yae, but I think I might switch to the Veresa variant just for exploration convenience in this area. Okay. What was the point of invisible wall? Oh, I see. Can I like how I was on the wall, so I just don't need to interface with that. Don't mind me.
So shiny.
Okay. What? Oh, the marker's down there for some reason. Alright. What? Okay. Why is the marker down here? Just want to see what it's pointing to. What? It wants me to push this? Okay. Yeah, stop. Get my fingers off the button.
Did that grow up?
Oh, I see. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get what we're doing. I get it. We're making a pathway up. Yeah. I understand. Doesn't go anymore. I came here for Dehya gameplay. I did do Dehya gameplay. I spent quite a good amount of time doing Dehya gameplay. And now we're exploring with Dehya, because during the daytime, she gives you exploration value, both in her passive speed increase, and importantly, she also can just give you some comfortable interruption resistance, make your on-fielding unit more tanky. Like, I think generally speaking, I'd probably rather use Dehya in Overworld than Mika in Overworld for this team. Assuming your Veresa build is not garbage, at least. But yeah, you can rewind the stream a little bit. Now we're doing exploration things with Dehya. Yeah, I can try to prioritize running with Dehya. Oh, Atomic is here. Hello, Atomic. You can't see the echo as well in this area. It's too bright of an area. All right. Button. Wait, what? Are you okay, sir? How you doing? He's doing his best. Run with Veresa? Yeah, I kind of figured. Alright. We'll run. We'll run with Eons on though, because I think it'll be more fun. Wing. the character just bonking their head and then just falling straight down. It's just like, oh, you got a concussion, you're dead. Alright. Wing. Okay. Floaty stone. We've done it. Okay. Okay. Reminds me of the Leeway Towers. Ah, yeah. A little bit less dramatic. I think the Leeway Towers were different vibe, but same thing of like lining up the things or firing a laser. Just a less dramatic laser. Okay. Kukulkin. So they made a Dragonborn model, right? I wonder if they're gonna do a Dragonborn playable character. It wouldn't surprise me if they did, if they're planning to do it. Because like making a Dragonborn model just for the one-off in the previous area was an interesting choice, and it makes me think they're not gonna go to the effort of making a Dragonborn model without involving them more. We have Melusines, yeah. Oh god, they're gonna do a Dragonborn that has like a human face because they just don't want to try. Ugh. I would like a Dragonborn that's actually a Dragonborn, not Dragonborn that's just a human but with weird horns. He's still over there. Oh, hello. Hello. Speaking of, Jesus. Yeah, like, I want to play as one of these, right? I want to play as one of these boys. Or girls. Couldn't tell you what... if they even have different genders or whatever they choose. I can see it happening in Zenless. Oh, yeah. Okay. Was that the entirety of the quest? I only had 30% exploration here. There has to be more area here, right? Oh, it's this. Here you go. Wait, no, what? No, that's the freaking event. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, duh, we have to go there. Derp. Derp, I forgot. I don't know if there's much more on this island. I should actually go check quick. I feel like... I think I got most of the stuff over here. Over here, I know there's some stuff to get on the outer edge. But here, I want to check quick, actually. No Natlan compass? No. I don't need no compass. Oop. Ow. Oh my god. It's fine. Oops.
Drop your weapon.
Oh, what am I doing?
Quick as a flash.
Let's go underground. Yep. Before we go there.
Gotta steer clear of other people.
Does that fly away somewhere? Okay.
Hurry up, Brassa. Gotta steer clear of other people.
But please, I just want the... Okay, whatever, I give up. Okay, there's an Oculus over here. I see it right there. Okay.
Hurry up, Brassa.
Okay, didn't expect that. Yoink. Oh, okay. Where? No, I don't want to go down here. Okay. Have I been in the lower area over here? That's just... is that where I started? I don't know. I don't think it is. No, I think I started over there, so I haven't been over here, right?
Late again.
I don't think it's going to make it. Oh, that was a mistake.
Roll. Get back on track.
Yeah, okay. Complete underground section here. Do 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 do. I think. Wait.
Running late again.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't been here. Okay.
Here I go.
Sorry, should be using Dehya more. Wait, what did I complete here? Oh, the exploration things. Hello. Need your drops. What? How did I miss? Sorry, should be using Dehya. Really? Oh, that's a Dehya moment. That's definitely a Dehya moment. Oh god. Yeah. I could attack with a Veresa, but I refuse. We get the kill with Dehya. Bam. Oh, that's so funny. Alright.
I'm selling some of this.
Perfect. Such a like anime power character. Just oh. Okay, you're attacking me. Oi, a game, really, it does like 10,000 of my health before I had a chance to respond. Oh, come on, game. It seems to have the same amount of health as a normal thing. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Part 3. Died during cutscenes like twice this patch. I hate that. Yeah. I could see it attacking me. Just like, okay. Okay. Alright. Is that all that's underground here? Maybe? Don't think there's anywhere else easy to get to, at least. Well, that's... Yep, okay. Teleporting back. There's 1 and 2 somewhere close. I'd assume there's probably at least 1 here. I don't remember if... I know I got number 4 over here. Number 3 here. So I don't know where number 1 and 2 is. I don't remember if I got number 1 or not. At all. Yeah, let's go... Sorry, we gotta use Dehya. Let's go to the hole over here. You know what Dehya's nice for, by the way? For if there's cutscenes where it's like just pans out the camera and then has an enemy that spawns that attacks you while you have no control of your character. What you could have done is you could have Dehya-E'd there just in case, and then you know you wouldn't have died. Because tanking is valuable. I cannot see anything. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Common chest. Wow.
So shiny.
Oh, oh. Where are we going? Where are we off to? Wait, I'll switch to Dehya. A little bit pity her trail doesn't... Oh, her trail goes after I start moving. Oh, no, it did, but not very long. Okay, I guess I'll keep moving. Keep the trail going. It's more aesthetic. So I should watch anything I missed for. There are many chests I missed. I assume we're just going up to the top. Which is good. That would have been annoying to climb. Is anything on there? It's not even on the map. Does anyone know if there's anything on this? Before I have to consider jumping over there? This scene is straight out of Tears of the Kingdom final boss? Yeah. Don't think so? Alright, good. Good, good. Is it dropping off here? There's a wind current. What? Why is there a wind current there? Is it supposed to use that? No, I don't think so. What? That was weird. Well. This is exciting. Better than the aqua bus still, for sure. Another wind current. Alright. feel like the wind currents are just there to tempt you. Like, if I use them, I get lost. I can't even use my glider right now for some reason. Yeah, I'm assuming there's a thing at the end. It's just taking this up slowly. Yeah, I see Oculus. Do. It's a very, very aesthetically pleasing area. Man, look how high we are. Hello, bird. At least that one doesn't have his head in the wall. Alright. Is it gonna stop? Yeah. Alright. No chest, just this. Alright. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, I know the intention is to use a bird. And my intention is to not use a bird. It's certain the dragons definitely have a better transport system than Fontaine. Alright, thank you, Dehya passive. Uh-oh. We didn't get the one ring. It's fine. We'll be fine. Dehya passive, look at this. Who needs to be a bird? See? Not even a problem. Dehya is indeed great for exploration. If we're doing a Dehya birthday appreciation stream, gotta show her value for exploration. That was perfect. Alright, just a bunch of random chests here and some burbs. Alright. Is burbs an out-of-date term? I haven't heard many people using burbs in a while. It's probably out of date. I still like it.
I call dibs.
Alright, just a couple chests. And birds that are very angry. Alright, fine.
Get it on! Quick as a flash! Full speed ahead! You asked for it!
They did indeed ask for it. I don't understand why they're so angry. It's not like I just jumped in here and stole all their crap. Yeah, Dio's hungry. Just wanted some chicken to eat. Alrighty. I think that island is mostly done now, probably. But should I go finish over here? Yeah, probably. May as well finish most of what I knew I needed to finish. There might be something I missed over here, I'm sure. I know I didn't like go on the ground over here in particular. On the surface of the island, but yeah, from here, I know there was a chest, I think, over here, and there was a couple over this way. So we'll go this way first. Stealing from a stealer is not immoral. I mean, depends, I think, what was stolen. Lasers. And how much the thing being stolen in the first place mattered. See the Dehya build. This was the Dehya build I was using most of the stream. It's a little bit less crit damage than I used before, but I kind of like that it has 40k HP. It's kind of satisfying. Okay. Oh, I see. I wonder if Dehya... I usually die against these things. So I wonder if Dehya can help me live against these. Gonna find out. Oh, Dehya's skill is not up. Okay, well. It's fine, we'll have another opportunity. Right. I don't know if I actually had an instance where that made me live or not. No. God dang it. Alright. Caressa AoE is huge. Her burst AoE is quite a lot bigger than her normal plunge AoE, I believe. There's definitely been a number of instances where I did not hit when I expected I was going to hit. What's going on over here? Am I meant to just shoot these? I'm probably meant to just shoot these.
Drop your weapons.
Okay. I could switch to a bow character, but who needs to do that? We have guns. Yes, my Dehya build, like Dehya in this team, you should probably put on a tenacity build.
Final warning.
Well, sorry, this is going to take a second. That might be too far away. But yes, mostly using Dehya just as an exploration comfort unit for tanking. We're using her burst occasionally. God dang it, I have to switch to a bow unit. I thought I missed, but I think it's just there is a limit to the projectile distance on Shivers, so oh well. Not my fault. What? I thought a chest would spawn. Okay. High patch makes sniping harder, yeah.
All right, team.
Okay. It's gonna be a little tricky to get up there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, we might need Official back again. Oh well. Ah, Jesus Christ. She flinched in my chair a little bit from that. What is this? Artifacts? Wing. Please. Alright. Oh, I thought they didn't die. This is definitely the way you're meant to do this, right? Yeah, let's try over here. Missed a chest? Where? You mean like back where I like the area I climbed up? I'm aware that there was a chest over there, guys. I thought I called that out. Or do you mean somewhere else? Perfect. Hello, friend. Crap. Oops. Well. Guess we climbing. Ooh, that might be a bit. We can get up there.
Final warning.
What? What did I miss? Oh, hello. There's one over there. I see.
Drop your weapons.
There we go. Wow.
There better not be any contraband.
Yeah,
in here.
I'll go back this way because I need to go like over here and go over here anyways, and then go this way. But I don't know if I'll be able to go from here to here or not. I will get that chest that's over there if that's the one you were talking about. Yeah, Veressa can't even ride up the slightest of slopes. I mean, she can ride up this, I think, but... yeah. Which is fine. She has plenty of other movement ability. I think it makes sense. Alright. This...
Coach will
Whoop,
take it from
whoop.
here.
Oh, wrong character.
Headbutt. Heads up. Right. Yeah. Heads up. It's justice o'clock. Headbutt. Justice will prevail. Stop right there. You're dead meat.
Alright. She jumps quite high, so the walls are manageable. Yeah. Yeah, it's not too hard to deal with slopes with Veressa, just you can sometimes get stuck on them, is my main experience. Yoink. Alright. Anything else up here? Anything up there? I feel like there might be. Might want to switch characters to get up there. If there's not anything up there, it should be. It's pretty inconsistent whether or not Mihoyo puts things in like annoying to reach vertical spots. They have done it multiple times before, but they also sometimes just don't. And it's kind of annoying, honestly, that they're inconsistent with it. Because... Whoops. It's kind of... it's kind of annoying that they're inconsistent with it because I never know whether it's worth it to spend the time trying to do something like climb up there, for example. It's not that hard in this instance, so I'm down to try it, but like, you know, you get what I mean. I would actually prefer if they were a little bit more consistent with that. More often than not, lately at least. They usually don't, yeah. It's not surprising. Alright. I think there's nothing else in this little section. So go back over this way. I'm not the only one who thinks the Leeway glider looks way better on Mika, right? Like, I think they really kind of failed with the Natlan glider. I don't know if there's a single character I like the Natlan glider on. There's a few characters I like this on. But like, this is just, ugh, I don't know. It's like, it's not bad on her, to be clear. But like, I think any character I'd like this on, I almost would prefer this one on substantially. But I don't know. Anyways, Ito and Toma, yeah, maybe, I guess. Ito I don't have. Tomers. Oops. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, okay, the tones, the pale red tones match him better there than this one, for sure. Okay. D-Luke. I think I like these ones better. Honestly, and honestly, I like the default ones too on him quite a lot. But yeah, obviously I know I have the fast food restaurant promotional glider, of course, but I don't think you can get that glider anymore, unfortunately. Sorry. It was the KFC glider. Oh crap! I don't have shivers. Oops. Now get out! Get away! Come on. Hello. give Diluc some appreciation. I'll level him when he's C6. Probably.
Let's get it on. Faster, stronger. By me.
Why? Oh, Natlan auto switching whatever mechanic. Yes, I would. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to fly 10 meters away from the enemy. Getting C6 just to play plunge, yeah, probably. I don't know. If I really want to play Diluc, I would not mind practicing Dragon Strike on him, maybe a little bit. And C5 is kind of interesting for just like the weird interruption or weird being able to aspect of being able to continue his combo, his normal attack combo. I'm trying to think how I could utilize that. It's not very good because his normal attack's not very good. You know, it's interesting at least. Shivers.
Armed and ready.
What's over here? Have I been here? I feel like no, right? I don't see anything here. The lava's gone. Can I get here from? Okay. I don't know if I've been there. Whatever. And there's nothing here. Okay. Weird. I saw insane Melt Diluc runs with Sitlolly. Yep. Sitlolly, Diluc, Plunge, Melt, whatever is pretty good. Assume there's nothing over there. Alright, well, that was a little bit of a waste. And now I need to get back up. So we'll go back over here. Elemental Sight. Oh, was there really something to Elemental Sight there? I mean, I'm heading back the other direction. I'll check when I get back the other direction. I swear that's an Elemental Sight. Like, there better not be something that's only visible with Elemental Sight. What? Oh, it's that one. Actual Melt Dilute, no plunge? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be more interested in like but I don't know, trying to oh, okay. Trying to embrace the idea of playing Diluc in the way that like he was like intended, right? So like not Dragon Striking, not plunging, just doing his normal combo stuff with normal attacks and whatever is, I think, an interesting thing to do because nobody actually plays him that way. It's like how bad is Diluc as intended? And the answer is probably pretty usable still, is my guess, but nothing crazy. There's a chest all the way over there. All right. Do I like the battle music in this area? It didn't stand out to me anything crazy. Have I interacted with this already? I feel like I have. Yeah, I think I went on this when I first was here. So I don't know. It didn't stand out to me that much, but I didn't dislike it. That's for sure. I gotta make this. Please make it. Wait, there's a waypoint here. I could have just teleported. Okay, I might have to teleport. Okay. Well, I guess I'm teleporting. Hello, friend.
Look alive. Control breathing. Stop, stop right there. Heads up. Turn. Look out below.
Well,
Are these?
no, they're not edible. All right. Over here. Nothing. Okay, I'm assuming I am mostly done with these islands then. So anything left is stuff that probably unlocks after I go here. Cool. All right. Able to solve the problems with Twitch? What problems with Twitch? I haven't tried doing anything on Twitch again, and I probably won't until I have better internet. Better internet. You missed a lot there. A lot where? What? Where? Yeah, no, there's nothing here. All right. You think I already explored here in the previous stream. There might be stuff here still, to be clear. I'm not going to be surprised if there's like a couple chests. But I explored this area already. Just not today. When I was doing the initial quest thing, I explored most of this area. I'm sure I got like at least 80-90% of it. There might be something I'm missing. But no, I'm pretty sure I got everything there. But it doesn't give me an individual area breakdown, so I don't know for sure how well I am in this specific spot. I'm not too concerned with trying to 100% everything right now, though. It's down the cliff in the teleport? What? Here? I missed this. There's nothing under here. This is the thing I already got, isn't it? Wait. Yeah, I already got this. There's that. Okay, I missed that section. Alright. I don't know if this is going to qualify as a lot, but it's something. Alright. Ow. No. No. Get this. Flap. How many did I miss? Let's see. One chest. Oh, I forgot to interact with the mark. My bad. Wait, no, I interacted with that mark. No, that is one I got before. I'm like 90% sure. Because that was like number 4 or whatever, and people were surprised there was a number 4 in my chat or something. Okay, how many are there? Okay. He's laser in the mud. Alright. Just fighting infinite hilly trails. Infinite testing place. I mean, I think it's not as good of a testing spot as the Vishaps. At least the Vishaps survive one hit. For a common chest. Oh, okay, good. 2. Nice.
Grow out of the ground?
Thank you, sir. So, what, 3 chests, alright? quick peek through here, I suppose. I feel like I've been over here, but yeah, I've been over here. Like 90% certain. Yeah, I'm like 95% certain. Yeah, okay. I think I've gotten most of this. Alright. Go over here. Twisted mud. Isn't this just the chasm mud? Whatever. I mean, I'll take a Prima Gem, I guess. Chasm mud, but you can't use the chasm gadget to clear it. Alright, hello, sir. Amber or Furina, they seem to be allergic to it. What? It's not the same as chasm stomp. Yeah, I know on a lower level it's different mud, but it does the same thing. Alright, what's gonna happen? There's a chest up there that you gain access to only from doing the quest on the second floor? Oh, okay. Interesting. So there's reason to go back for one chest. Okay. Circuit check completed. Elevator, presumably. Yep, okay. Where are we going? Gotta be deep. You named your Saurian Croc. Interesting. Alright, cool. You probably want more curtain than that on the plunge set. Or use Codex and just deal with doing the plunge in the start of the rotation. I found when using Iron Obsidian, I found the needed to do a plunge at the start of a rotation for Veressen not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, I like Codex more than I thought it would. Like, I have her on not a Codex build right now, which is worse than my Obsidian build, but it's good enough for me, so. Okay. Fireballs. Okay. Rar. Okay, reactivate the idol. So more power battery reactivation things. Okay, another thing going to sleep mode. Can we pick up this one too? Wow, that looks cool on the map. What? What is that layer? Okay. Okay, I'm assuming these layers are just things I haven't seen yet. Or they're underground still. Interesting. Okay, anyways, cool. Quest complete. Wow. Alrighty. I'm going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I am slightly tired. I think. Did Shiyu defense reset? I can maybe do Shiyu defense in Zenless. And then we can continue working on the rest of this quest. This is a really nice looking area. Like this is just a cool, cool looking shot. Yeah. Thought this patch map was small. You were wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I think I might leave it off for here for now. In this area. It's I only got 42. Well, sad. All right. I'm assuming, being that it's not possible to get to level 50. Oops. Being that it's not possible to get to level 50 in the Natlan sigil turning thing, or it's possible, but they won't let you. Can you get to level 10 in the statue yet? Deadly Assault reset was 3 days ago? Yeah. I just wasn't sure when Shiyu reset. Level 8. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not possible to get to level 10. I will do a couple things real quick. Halfway through level 8, you can't even get to 9? Wow, alright. Interesting. So, presumably, the next patch does not have anything. And look at this. Now I'm maxed, alright. The next patch has a tiny little bit of an area. Unless they're hiding something. The next patch just has a tiny little bit of an area. And Yae and Elixir. Presumably there's actually like another primary area, which is, I guess, fine. I would have preferred personally that they I don't know, like I like the structure that they'd done before, where, like, you know, the entire year they you know, last year was Chenyu Vale, and then they did this, right? Yeah, Chenyu Vale was before this, right? I don't know. It just being all Natlan expansion the whole year is a little bit underwhelming, because it makes everything feel kind of samey. Like, they feel different, to be clear, but I don't know. I think you might be able to understand what I'm getting at, but the volcano is very, very good so far, but, you know. Would be kind of nice if this was like the last of Natlan, and then the next exploration content was just like not Natlan, right? So, anyways, that's fine. I know there's but yeah, next patch there's like an island that's over here or whatever. I think that's getting added, and that's all for exploration next patch. So just a little minor quest thing, presumably. Anyways, real quick, I think I want to see how close I am to Pyro Traveler this week. I think I can definitely get to Pyro Traveler this week if I do, and I might want to do this anyway, because the most valuable thing here, the Ascension Crystals. I might want to do this quest line, unironically, just for the stupid Ascension Crystals. As dumb as it sounds. That's one whole gold crystal right there. It's one whole gold crystal. That's extremely valuable. Is it one whole gold? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Extremely valuable, unironically. So I don't know. We might do that in a stream soon. I assume, yeah, I have until next Tuesday. Maybe a last minute thing I'll do. Last minute stream next week. Why did I go here? What happened? How did I get down here? Does this not teleport you to the thing? It does. Did I just... But what happened? I don't know what I did there. We're at 0 out of 800, but what? Of course. God. Okay, well, great. We'll go get that quick. Yeah, this will be 120, 360. Yeah, so if I just do a couple quests. So probably we'll be able to get C6 Power Traveler this week. Cool. Can I ignore this? How many points do I need? Not even close to C6? What do you mean, not even close? We're one away. It's not that hard to get 800 points. So I'll get 360 from this. That would put me at 420, which means I just need to do 2 quests. I think I would need to do 2 quests either way. So I can say, frick this. Well, I kind of want to do this. Actually, no, I'm going to do it anyways. Because I want the XP bottle. Never mind. Foggy Sun Zones. Alright, do that quick. Real reward is the ER food. What ER food? There's an energy food? Wait, what? This quest line gives you an energy food? For real? They added a second 5-star dish. Reputation does. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Oh, it gives energy recharge, not energy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's less underwhelming. That's a lot more underwhelming. I just need 2 of these things. Is there not any in this area? God dang it. I think I chose the wrong area. Go to this area? No. This area? ER and HP. Interesting. Okay. I guess that's something. Is it really annoying to create 2, like the other 5-star dish? I'm assuming it is. Alright, there we go. Done. Crabs? It just takes crabs? Alright. Plant. There we go. XP. Wonderful. And you know what? May as well do the bounties right now. 25% HP and 17 ER for the whole team. Alright. I feel like it's such a missed opportunity to not let Veressa use food buffs in Abyss. Any one of the things that would be too strong, you just rebalance the character kit around whatever food buffs that exists. It's fine. Just feel like they should have been able to do some kind of combat gimmick with food. I don't know. Would have been fun, but oh well. Wait. You know what? I actually think I need to farm at least 1 more day's worth of those things as well. Oh, I can send it. Nice. Goodbye. Yeah, I need to farm more of these. Okay. Yoink. I don't know about food in Abyss. It would be food just for Veressa, and it would be the whole gimmick would not be oh, the only gimmick. I'm not saying, oh, Veressa can use correct food. Ooh, wow, how exciting. No, that's not interesting. But, she literally could have had a kit that was designed around, using different kinds of foods made her do, different things in her kit. That could have been cool. But I didn't do anything with it.
Are these edible?
Which is sad. But it's not that big a deal. Over here. If they allowed Voldemort's device to cook during battle, that would be fun. I mean, they did. You can literally use her hold skill in Abyss for some godforsaken reason. you can Avada Kedavra in Abyss. Oh. See, I shouldn't have run outside of Dehya's circle. Avada Kedavra is her tap skill? No, Avada Kedavra is clearly her cooking bot. I feel like they only intended food buffs to be an option for players with lower build quality. I mean, yeah, they primarily intended it to be, you know, for players who just want to get free stats to help with overworld. But they could absolutely design a character that could use food outside of just overworld. What? Oh, this is of course. Of course. I decided to Dehya burst and the enemy's immune. Classic. Nice. There we go. All done. All done. How exciting. Blam. Alright. Any last minute things to check with Dehya? Otherwise, that might pretty much be the stream. Other than we'll do Zenless stuff really briefly, but nothing too crazy on Zenless. Okay. Not a single Dehya Candace team? Sure. Okay, fair. We'll do Dehya Candace against the boss. Not that. Oh wait, I forgot I need to go. Sorry, remind me a second. So I forget I need to do this. Little did they know only people using food buffs are higher number fishers. Yeah, pretty much. Hello, squirrel. Weasel, wherever you are. Alright, Dehya. I believe in you. When? This one's annoying to get to. I remember having to climb for it. I think over here might be actually faster to get to it. Why I'm farming the weasel things? That is what Veressa's weapon uses. Which I'm primarily leveling, not for Veressa, because I don't really care. I mean, I'm not going to not use it on Veressa. I'll probably use it on her. But honestly, for Overworld, I think I care. I like having the 10% movement speed from Lost Prayers quite a bit more. So it's mostly just like a plunge cloud retainer weapon for me, and I'll try it on plunge Yae. I'll try it on other plunge units. I think it's an interesting weapon to test different plunge shenanigans on, because there's different characters that might work with it to different degrees. But for any catalyst unit that's doing plunge DPSing, even if you don't get the second part of the passive from an elemental skill or burst hitting, just the 674 base attack, 44.1% crit damage, 28% attack, and then 28% crit damage for plunges is enough, I think, to make it basically the best weapon for any kind of plunge DPSing with catalyst units. So, yeah. In hindsight, I should have just stopped with getting that weapon. As far as resources go, I have spent so much XP and Mora and just a lot of resources on weapons this patch. Cloud Retainer weapon, leveling Chlorine weapon, leveling Veressa weapon, leveling Gaming weapon. I don't want to have to level any weapons for a while. Plunge Lisa, yeah. But yeah, I think, like... Well, is that it? Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Teleport away quick. I think probably. Let's see. Let's look at the catalyst units that I think could have compelling reasons to use it. I mean, Plunge Sit Lolly, honestly, maybe, yeah. Her skill is going to be hitting, and her burst will hit. So you'll get, like, if you do skill bursts, and then you start plunging with her. Her plunges are really slow, though. Plunge Sit Lolly is, like, but, I don't know, like, yes. Yeah, so, like, yes, potentially. But nothing insane, necessarily. And I don't think Sit Lolly is a particularly enjoyable plunge DPS because of how slow it is, even though it's, like, a funny animation. It's skill hitting, yes, not skill casting. I believe. Double check quick. Like 90% sure it's skill hitting. No, sorry, it's use. Never mind. My bad. I thought it was hitting. Okay, it's been a little bit since I thought about it. My bad. Okay, no, sorry. Recontextualize. So no. Plunge Sit Lolly, just no. It's like not very... I mean, it still might be Plunge Sit Lolly's best weapon. Again, because like any catalyst unit plunging it might be their best weapon, regardless of the full passive. But I'm just trying to think of like, can the characters enable the second part of the passive at all? The extra 40% for any number of their hits, even if it's not all of them. Yae is a weird one because like you could use skills between plunges potentially in order to get the 40% buff up, which is kind of interesting. Cloud Retainer is one like with C1, it should be up for 3 out of 4 plunges. So it should be up for both of her skill plunges and then also at least one non-skill plunge because you can do burst, do a normal plunge, and then do her skill plunges. So Cloud Retainer DPSing is definitely very good. Sucrose gets 2 skill uses, so could be probably pretty good. It's for Sucrose. I don't really think for you. You can just press E and let their 1 second cooldown and just get the stack up. So yeah, you can do plunge, press E. Does her E cancel the plunge? So instead of doing dash canceling, can you do E canceling? I'm not sure. That'd be something interesting to test with Plunge Lisa is can you do E canceling? I'm not sure if it cancels her landing animation or not. But either way, she should be able to have it up theoretically for every single one of her plunges. She's one of the few characters that could. Lanyang with C6 could have it up for 2 at least. Hazo, yeah. I think technically he could have it up for 2 theoretically, but Plunge Hazo is good. It's probably still, again, Plunge Hazo's best weapon, but like, not... You can't really enable the full passive. Not really... Yeah, again, only use. Yeah, I don't think there's many characters who can really enable it fully. Plunge Nahida, kind of, has 6-second cooldown, so you can at least have it up for 2 hits for sure. But yeah, everyone can do plunge DP. Every catalyst can do plunge DPSing. It's probably their best weapon for plunge DPSing, basically. Just because it's still at least giving 70% crit damage plus a bunch of attack percent plus 5-star base stats, right? And then you will have most of these characters have at least 1 skill use, right? So you'll have at least one of their plunges have the big buff at the start. So with potentially extra, because you can do like Charlotte, for example, right? You can do Charlotte burst, do a plunge with the full buff up, do her skill, so you get two instances of a plunge that have the full buff up. Nubilet could be a similar thing. You're doing plunge Nubilet. Barbara could be a similar thing, right? Yanfei, similar thing, right? So like every unit can at least have 2 plunges out of 8 plunges. So 1/4 of the character's plunges at minimum should be able, well, not, I shouldn't say at minimum, but most characters should be able to get like, good value from Vress's weapons passive fully, at least for 1/4 of the plunges. And then the rest of them not getting the 40% crit damage isn't really that big of a deal. It's still a big fat stat stick weapon that's kind of perfect for plunging. So yeah, anyways, Risley, yeah, Risley would be a little weird, but I think Plunge Risley could use it too. So yeah, I think Lisa's probably the most interesting one. I think Lisa's the like Yae is a little sus. Like I don't think it actually makes sense to do a skill on Yae every time you have it up. but it might be kind of interesting to do. It's worth testing. The main units I want to test it on is like Yae, Cloud Retainer, and probably Lisa. I think Plunge Lisa unironically sounds kind of interesting with it. Because, you know, take advantage of that 1 second skill cooldown. She does Def Shred, right? So, like, Lisa should be one of the better plungers, assuming you can burst consistently. And the fact that Eon-san exists now for doing plunge things, so doing Eon-san, Lisa, Cloud Retainer, Furina, should make Lisa's energy needs actually potentially feasibly able to get a burst consistently. You might have to try to fit in a hold skill, but which might be kind of awkward. But I don't know. I think there's stuff to do with it. So, yeah, Plunge Lisa could be quite fun. Other than that, yeah, we'll try it with Cloud Retainer because again, based on my calcs, without factoring in the crit damage at all, and again, the crit damage. I'm talking without even factoring the 28% crit damage, just the 28% base attack increase and the base stats. This weapon is better for Cloud Retainer plunging than her previous best weapon, Kagura's. And then as soon as you factor in the 28%, it's like 10% better. And if you factor in a couple of the attacks that are 40%, the attacks that have the full buff up, so the 3 plunges that can get the full buff up with C1 Cloud Retainer, it's only 2, of course, with not C1. That is like 20% stronger plunges. But, you know, with a C1 Cloud Retainer only getting 3 out of 8 plunges, potentially having that buff up, that's not, you know, a 20% damage increase. So that's why I said in my video, it's anywhere from like a 10 to 15% damage increase, was my estimate over Kagura's, which is quite significant as far as like DPSing characters go. A 10 to 15% upgrade over another 5-star weapon that was already really synergistic with the character is pretty significant. So yeah. Anyways, Shalonen shortening Lisa's burst helped too. I mean, yes, but in the context of doing plunge Lisa, I don't think Shalonen is bad. Well, I don't know. It'd be interesting to check, maybe. Being that I have C2 Shalonen, right? It'd be interesting to compare Shalonen versus Eon-san for plunge Lisa, right? Because you gotta do Cloud Retainer Shunyun combo, right? But I'm pretty sure that with VV already being active from Cloud Retainer, I don't think for even with the energy that it would be better. But I don't know, it could be. Particularly because, well, no, I think you're limited by Cloud Retainer's cooldowns, right? She has an 18 second, right? Yeah, it's 18 second. Never mind. So I was gonna say maybe you could do shorter rotations with C2 Shalonen, but no. So she gives interruption resistance. In my opinion, interruption resistance basically doesn't matter with Cloud Retainer teams. The only value of the interruption resistance for Lisa might be like when you're doing her hold skill, if you're trying to do that. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to mess around with, particularly to figure out the energy situation. And it's going to be very desirable to have that energy, like, because the 15% def shred or def decrease should be enough to make it worth using on top of the damage it can provide, right? Like, this is not going to be no damage. I don't know exactly how many times it hits, but it's not insignificant on top of the def shred and whatever. So, you know, and being that you're going to do her tap skill, you're going to build up stacks for this, right? So the theoretical ideal would be, you know, getting the 8 plunges in and then doing a hold skill. And the hold skill takes about 3 seconds, I think, right? So I don't know. Plunge Yae, as much as it would annoy Sylveon, does sound pretty fun, in my opinion. And I definitely need more of these materials to do that. I definitely would have to level up this a little bit more. Is what it is. But oh well. Worry about that later. Maybe I should choose some of these from the battle pass, I guess. But anyways, Eon-san just too good in plunge teams. Yeah, that's my vibe as well. I feel like Eon-san's going to be a much bigger increase. And the energy value of Eon Son with Electro Resonance and, you know, being a Fab user and whatever. Like, Shalona can be a Fab user too, but I feel like if you have C2 Shalona, it's likely you also have her signature weapon, more likely. And you probably want to use that. And if you're not using her signature weapon, again, the buffing value of Eon Son versus Shalona is more questionable for Lisa. So yeah, I'm like 80%, 80, 90% certain that Eon Son is better, even with C2 Shalona's energy refunding. So, just got C6 Kaya. Wow. Oh yeah, sorry. We're gonna do. You know, you know what? I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I think I'm not gonna do Zenless. We'll end the stream with Dehya. We'll leave everything focused on Dehya. I don't have that much to say in Zenless other than like I was gonna do a little bit of Deadly Assault, but I think I'm too tired to focus properly on that. As you can tell by the fact that I can't even click the right event. Okay. Oh, I don't have to do that again. That's interesting. So, Dehya Candace. And with Dehya Candace. How could I not? Has this changed at all? What do I do here? I know what I did before, to be clear. I did Dehya Candace with like trying to vaporize Dehya's skill. And I can do that again. Back when I originally did it, it was more than competent enough. Now it's like kind of I would say even having C2 Dehya now. Well, I did that before Furina release, so I guess we can use Furina and then we just use a healer. Maybe? Wait. Maybe. What? Why did you go to the trial Mizuki? I want to go to my characters. I want to see my builds. I don't know if Candace is functional. God dang, I cannot. I don't want to see your stupid trial characters. I know it says trial character preview, but like I want my characters. Whatever. Can I switch my artifacts on this thing? Probably not. I think we can. Why not? We just talked about plunge it for a little bit. Let's try Candace. Candace Hydro Infusion on Dehya plunge. It looks like she does have a functional build. Not necessarily the ideal build for this, but functional. All right.
My parents always say, no.
And again, I think I don't know. We might be able to hit it with a plunge. We might be able to hit it with a plunge when we're doing, or when it's in the air. I mean. Dehya. Candace. Arena. Collaborator. Possible to see such Lisa video before Shunyun banner is gone? Probably not, because I want to level up the talents more. Sorry. I have 1, 2, at least 2 or 3 other videos I want to prioritize. 4 other videos I think I want to prioritize before that. I'll make sure to jot it down as a potential. All right. Oh, I don't start with energy. I forgot. Ugh. Okay. Well, whatever. Should have done that first. Forgot. Yes, this is C2 Cloud Retainer, by the way, right now. Don't forget that. Before you get too excited about the numbers we're seeing. Okay, let's do you. Now. Nice 70k. I should have saved her burst for after. For after. Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's better to just plunge. It's definitely better to just plunge. Let her skill do damage and plunge. Yeah. To be clear, I don't know if it would actually be better if it didn't have C2. Oh, crap. Oh, I thought Diaz was going to proc there. She did not proc. God dang it. Well, I think if we optimize this, we could potentially get 900. I don't know, I'm down to try it one more time. Canceling a burst to plunge was so funny. Yeah. Why'd I do that? That was dumb. And yeah, I've not been trying to like swirl anything other than the hydro, obviously. Yeah, that's why I shouldn't have done Candace first. Oh, it's so hard to hit it. Or they need to... There we go. Okay, do that. Yeah. First. Wow, damage. Honestly, it was kind of worth doing that, I think. We're getting what? 35k vaporizes from off field? Okay, we need to... Come on, come on. Do it. Do it. There we go. Okay. Why did I do that? That was a waste. Could have used it at the end, but that was being dumb. Oh well. I don't know. It's hard to tell whether or not this would be doable. Like, I could definitely get to 800. I'm pretty confident of that. This HP bar is so useless. It's just a flashing bar. Yeah, I know, right? Like, okay. It's just constantly flickering down. It's fine. You know, it's just attack the enemy until you do as much damage as possible to it. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, is it fun to do Dehya Canvas? Potentially. Maybe we should try a non-plunge team. end the stream with this. Okay. This is a bit tricksy. I know you can use Furina with the right timing of her ability to knock it out. Like, it just knocked one of their wings down. That was not the timing, obviously. I'm just gonna go ham on it. Oh, it's running away. Alright, perfect. Well. Oh, it fell down. Nice, thanks, Furina. Not critting, sad. Pyro res increase. You know what that means? Dehya was doing more damage. That is what that means. To be fair, I don't know if that's always the case. I think it might be because of the buffs. I'm not sure if the buffs were only for the on-fielder or not. But hey. There you go. First phase is what's confusing before the actual battle. Yeah, I don't really get what the point is. It's just like, yep, that break some shields to get full buffs out. Like, okay. I guess it's good as a way to teach people that, hey, swirling shields around is strong. It's, I mean, it's for all the people that don't realize, I don't know, you can use Animo to deal with the electric shields or whatever. I don't know. Anyways, not a Furina showcase. Yeah, exactly. It was a Dehya showcase. Anyways, happy birthday, Dehya. Plan is to have a unit review stream tomorrow. Although I might pester Jeff to have a conversation with him, like verbally, not in his chat, and I might stream at the same time of doing this. Of like, what would we do to rebalance Escoffier to be, you know, to still achieve the same ideal of like uplifting units like Ayaka, but also not being an imbalanced power creep mess. So I might message Zadef and see if he's down with that, because I think some mix of like ideas brainstorming plus Zadef doing some calcs of like, okay, is it more acceptable? Like what happens if, you know, we just axe in half her damage multipliers, right? What happens to team DPS there? So does he also hate her? I mean, I don't hate her. I dislike that she's power creep. I dislike what she represents as MiHoYo's attitude for design and balance in the game. Like, that's what I dislike. I think it's a very bad sign. Mawiko's already a bad sign, but this is a solidification, and like this Escoffier's balance is like, it's like Mawika's balance was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and Escoffier is dumping up a truckload of bricks on the camel's back in order to make everyone pretend that the camel never existed in the first place and to obliterate it into dust. That's what Escoffier feels like. The camel being this game's balance and how character kits are balanced. Like, it makes it so hard to care. And, like, and again, it wouldn't be as much of a problem if there was more content in the game. There's more content in the game as combat. That wasn't just Abyss. But, anyways, I don't mind her being power creep. Ayaka means we're living in shambles. But it's not just Ayaka. Ito's best team, I think, is Shelonen, Furina, Escoffier. I'm pretty sure. I haven't done the calcs because I don't want to. Anyways, like they can make the character be as good as she is for Ayaka teams, and also not be as broken elsewhere. Like if it's gonna be this strong in a particular context, you balance that with some amount of conditionality to the kit. Emily is a really strong outfielder. And they balanced her by, like, you know, making sure that you had to, like, do the burning things. Like, her whole kit is designed around, like, generating sense, and then based on, like, having sense, she does, like, the passive damage, and her skill damage is higher. And Escoffier is just like, no, how about you just get that damage without any condition? And also she's a team-wide healer. And also she buffs in the freeze context. And also her cryo application is, like, relevant for enabling other... Like, yeah, not once in her kit does she mention freeze. Exactly. I do not like how she is balanced. I don't fundamentally hate the idea of freeze chevreuse, but she's not just free chevreuse. She's 4 characters merged into one, and like, what? It hasn't even been a year since the last off-field DPS, Emily. Off-field 5-star DPS. Like, Emily is a really strong off-field DPS. One of the strongest in the game. But they felt the need of her strength had a lot of need for conditions to it. Why suddenly do we need to have Emily power level with 100 other upsides and no conditions to it? Is this the first really bad Fontaine character? What are you talking about? No. She's not a bad character. She's grossly overpowered. Yeah, it does indeed seem to be Windland Akron release. Like, I don't know. If I'm assuming this character, like, is going to... there was no beta changes, for anyone that's not aware. I'm assuming Escoffier is going to release as she is now. That's generally what version 3 of the beta means, is if there's basically no changes. The only real hope is the fact that this was wording change. There was no update last week. Or there was an update, but there was literally no changes. Because normally what happens is there's wording changes in the first update, and then actual balance changes happen after. So maybe we can still cope the next week that she results in something more balanced. But I want her to be reworked. So she can still have the damage like she can have, for example. I think she should be reworked to, like, buff more. Like, she should have some of her damage just removed and then focus more on buffing, because I think it's kind of sad that Ayaka's damage contribution, even in the Ayaka team, is only like 60%. Like, of the 100k DPS in the new 100k DPS Ayaka team, 60k is Ayaka. And if you don't have Shenhe, I think that drops significantly. So, like, so, anyways, I don't know. Like it I don't know. We'll see next week. Next week is the last chance. If she gets no changes next week, then she's releasing as is 100%. And again, I'm not surprised she didn't really get she has gotten no changes, and I won't be surprised if she gets like basically no changes, because she's such a simple character to like measure the effect of. That like it's not like this character's complicated mechanics or nuances that is hard to like understand the impact of for team building. I think Mihoyo knows exactly what they're doing with this character. I just don't understand why they decided they wanted to do this. Because if they wanted to just uplift Cryo, they could have locked her to Cryo, right? Cryo Hydro teams, right? But they didn't. And like I don't know. I don't know. It's concerning. But anyways, hence why I might pester Jeff and be like, hey, interested in having a conversation of like, how would we rework, redesign, rebalance Escoffier's kit? Like, use the same idea of the same fundamental things, but like, what makes this character more acceptable of a balance level to us, right? I feel like Jeff would just say, just nerf her, just reduce her damage multipliers. But I personally am on the side of, you know, I would rather see a rework, not necessarily completely nerfing her. Just make a rework so that there's some amount of conditionality. Like, say she can't be a team-wide healer outside of those Hydro Cryo teams, or her damage is only as high as it is like in those Hydro Cryo teams. Like something like Emily, right? Where you have to like have freeze triggering constantly in order to have her full damage out, right? Emily wants to have that. Emily doesn't need burning happening constantly, but she needs burning happening at least occasionally to keep her damage out, right? Escoffier could be the same thing, where you need to have freeze trigger constantly. So if you're using Escoffier as like an enabler for like doing double cryo, Escoffier, Sitlali, Arlecchino, right? She wouldn't be doing the same damage there, kind of thing, right? Or whatever, like some amount of conditionality to it. There's just nothing right now. I think it's better if it was a video. I doubt you'll interact with a chat if you're holding a conversation with someone. I mean, maybe. I'll record it, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, I'll message him and see if he's down for it. He might want to wait a little while to see if there's any further changes in beta, is my suspicion, which is fine. But yeah. Anyways, probably collect that quest marker. What quest marker? The daily? No. You talking? What other quest marker are you talking about? Oh, this? Fine. I better not get stuck on this for 10 years. Okay. What? What is this from? Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. There we go. Quest complete. So I don't know. Anyways, is there still fun things to do with Scofia? Yeah. Like, I still want her because, like, and this is why, like, I don't want, like, the idea of fundamentally changing, like, the cryo aspect, the cryo, like, hydro team aspect. Because, like, one thing I've said before we heard anything about Escofia's kit, was, like, what I think Shenhe needs in the current state of Genshin is, you know, reasons to do triple cryo teams, right? Shenhe buffing 2 cryo units instead of only buffing 1 other cryo unit and herself is much more impactful. So, like, Shenhe and Escofia teams is really cool. I think that's great. Because, like, quite frankly, without Escofia existing in some form like her kit currently is, that's pretty... Ugh. But anyways, like that's good. And then doing Chongyun shenanigans, I think, sounds a lot more fun, right? I think the idea of doing Chongyun, Shenhe, Escoffier, Furina sounds really fun, because Furina's normal attack damage with Shenhe buff and all the damage bonus going on, and Red Shred and whatever, means, like, I think it might be one of the most fun ways to on-field Furina, right? Like, I really like that. I like that kind of thing. That's cool. But again, those are, like, specifically those team contexts. Like, I would be so much more okay with her balance if, like, she actually had mechanics locking her to that context more. But she doesn't. She's just a bit too concerningly strong as a generic off-fielder and healer. Like she is the new. She is Furina Yelan, except does more damage than Yelan, and is a team-wide healer. Basically. I don't know. Anyways. So, like, that's all I would really do, is just rework her to have some amount of conditionality to her damage. Is the simplest thing. Conditionality to her damage. Because I like the idea of her being a team-wide healer that applies cryo, but still would do, like, a little bit of damage if you're not doing full cryo hydro teams, right? But I would rework her to, you know, she does at minimum half the damage if you're not doing full cryo hydro teams, kind of thing. So yeah, better Chiori, doesn't need a second Geo and does more damage. Yeah, and as a relevant element that can like have damage scaled. Like, I don't know, she's just all upside and no downside. It's not a very healthy balance for characters moving forward. And like this is shown in power creep too, by the way, for what it's worth. Like, this character existing reduces a lot of the context where you consider using Shilonen. A lot of them. Like, I consider this character Shilonen power creep. Yeah. I don't know. Yep. So, anyways. People need to detach from outside of just the hydro cryo context to realize how broken she is. It is not just a problem of, it's not that, oh, Ayaka being uplifted to 100k DPS, and it's not Ayaka being uplifted to 100k DPS, it's Ayaka's team, right? Like, Ayaka is doing the same DPS in an Escoffier team as like my Melt DPS Chevreuse was. The difference is the Melt DPS Chevreuse just had like Chevreuse's damage. But like the damage contribution from Chevreuse is relatively similar to what the damage contribution is from Ayaka in that team context. It's just that the other half of the team damage is Furina Escoffier. Anyways. But yeah. She's just a bit too strong. And all it needs is a minor rework. It wouldn't be hard for them to do. But I don't know that they're going to do it, because I think they want this character to be overpowered for whatever reason. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. See what happens. But yeah. See. It's just sad to me. It's just sad to me that Mihoyo seems to have given up on balancing character kits. Right? Like, I feel like there's so much design space for cool ideas in Genshin kits still. And we see some of it. We still see some of their cool ideas. But they just like, it's harder. They don't want to try to like do the complicated question of like, how do you make a 5-star Sethos that's really cool? I think they could. Honestly, I think the way you make Sethos a 5-star character increases multipliers a little bit. And get rid of the limitation of him only having the buff up for 4 shots. Right? But they didn't want to. Instead, they're just like, oh, thank you, team. For all you people who have cool ideas, we'll make those 4 stars. That's what I feel like right now. Is all the cool ideas become 4 stars, or standard characters that are garbage, where they're like, we'll let you make that idea, but we're not gonna let it be strong enough for it to be relevant at all. So, yeah, I don't know, because we'd rather just release overpowered characters. And that didn't used to be the case. I think they did such an excellent job. We're like, yes, the power level of teams went up in Fontaine, for example. But like, it was in ways that just opened up the options for playing teams in different ways. And now they're just like, what if we just increase the multipliers tenfold and increase the amount of things one character does in their kit tenfold? Like, it's such an enormous contrast. Like, why there was clearly an internal philosophy shift as far as how they balance characters, and I don't understand why. Like, it makes me feel like there was probably some key individual leading like Genshin character like kit balance or kit designs, right? It makes me feel like there was some key individual at working on the Genshin team that was like influencing or heavily influencing / controlling those decisions, and they probably left the company. That's my best guess. I'll be honest. Because like I don't think this is just like oh, suddenly they decided they need to make more money. Because I don't think the player base changed so much that like they suddenly would have made less money if they didn't start power creeping this year. I think it's someone at home that worked on the team that influenced those decisions left. I think ZZZ is doing better. Yes, I think it's doing better. One, because they've released one extremely overpowered character in Zenless that was extremely concerning. As far as like how they were going to scale up character power level. Like if they kept on releasing characters like that, I'd be like very concerned. But it seems like they released her and she was just gonna be the ceiling for a while. But it's gonna be a question we're gonna have to like ask again in a year, and we'll see. Like if they release a unit that's 50% stronger than the unit that's really overpowered that they released in the first year of Zenless, that's a concern. But Zenless is so significantly affected by, like, your ability to clear in Zenless is so significantly affected by your play. Like there's so much more room for skill expression in its gameplay design, and so like character kit balance matters a little bit less inherently because of that, in my opinion. And also some other weaker characters have grown quite well over time. Particularly Soldier 11 is probably the best example. She's like Diluc. She's like Zenless's Diluc, right? But like Diluc didn't really grow very well over time. And I mean, yeah, like Cloud Retainer helped him a bit, but like, let's be real. Like Plunge Diluc, most people playing Diluc are doing like C6. The strongest Diluc team is C6 Bennett, Furina, like Cloud Retainer, or Sitlali instead of Furina, I believe. And you just use C6 Bennett, and you ignore Diluc's skill, and you ignore Diluc's burst. You ignore his whole kit other than the fact that he has big plunge multipliers. I don't know if that's Diluc's kit that actually is scaled well, right? My point is like, the Diluc equivalent in Zenless has actually grown really, really well. And she may be a little bit of an exception, you could argue, but like, she's grown well with other character releases, right? On top of like people learning how to play characters better and optimize damage output in different interesting ways. But also more importantly than anything else, Zenless has a bunch of different game modes. A bunch of different game modes for you to enjoy characters. So I think it's possible that, you know, Soldier 11, Zenless's Diluc, ends up becoming not usable in some of the game modes as they scale up the HP over time, right? But it's probably not that big a deal because I can still play that character in other game modes, right? Non-time challenge based game modes, right? So, in my opinion, like that's where like Genshin's really lacking. Is my overall vibe. So I don't know. It's definitely a concern. The power creep is a concern in Zenless, but not in the same way. So, you know. Anyways, how did this soldier stay relevant in ZZ? Did they release support synergies? Yeah. So, anyways, Evelyn feels comparable to Miyabi power-wise, but Soldier 11 and old standards feel kind of bad when compared. Yeah, I mean, yes, but like Miyabi is so far beyond what is necessary. It's just like, it's comical. And like they clearly have not been balancing the content around Miyabi's power level very much. I'm not gonna say not at all, but like, anyways, like Evelyn, yes, can be like Miyabi power level, but Evelyn is only in the one specific team context against enemies that are weak to her element, whereas Miyabi is disgustingly strong against enemies not weak to her element. And Evelyn has a lot of like mechanical conditions and like requiring getting her to do that damage. So like I'm fine with Evelyn's balance is my point. Like the fact that she can reach Miyabi potential in her best team when played well is, I think, fine. But she's far more restrictive than Miyabi, basically. But yeah, Evelyn is generally speaking going to be better than Soldier 11. Yeah, I'm not denying that. As far as fire DPSs versus fire DPSs go, it's not that surprising. But then we have, you know, Soldier 0, Ambi, right? She was released, and she is just, you know, she's a good DPS, but she's not insane. She is not Miyabi power level. I don't think there's anyone that believes Soldier 0 is Miyabi power level or Evelyn power level. And like I think they just released her at a fairly healthy balance where she's a pretty good unit, easy to play, not like brain dead to play. I don't know, right? And then Hugo seems to be like they don't want to release Hugo. Like Hugo was a concern. It was like, oh boy, another ice DPS. And you know, Miyabi's an ice DPS. Are they just gonna make Hugo stronger than Miyabi? No. Seems like no. Seems like definitely no. Hugo's actually like on a spreadsheet level, a relatively weak unit. But like he has interesting, to be clear, he has really interesting kit gimmick that I think makes up for that. So I think evaluating him on a level of how does he compare to Miyabi is kind of stupid. But anyways, point being, it seems to me with Hugo and Soldier 11, and to be clear, also how they've been balancing Vivian, seems to be, as far as damage dealers go in Zenless, they are not trying to just release the best DPS every patch, right? It was that for like the first few patches of the game, but not anymore is my vibe, and that's a good thing. But we'll see how, you know, version 2.0 onwards becomes in Zenless. And we'll see how it goes in Genshin too. Like they haven't, you know, like Varessa was not better than Mika, but Varessa is kind of better than any other Electro DPS they released. So, you know, anyways, Hugo lost to like. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And again, like Zenless has so much room for skill expression. It's like if you get Evelyn and you're garbage at like trying to get a good amount of chain attacks out of Evelyn, like if you just plopped Evelyn in my account and I tried to use her, I wouldn't be surprised if she performed like Soldier 11. You really need to play decently in Zenless to actually succeed. But yeah. So yeah, me with Haramasa, yeah, exactly. So like, to explain like me with Haramasa. So Haramasa is a character they gave for free, a 5-star character they gave for free, and the equivalent, the game mode where like you have a boss that you're fighting for like 3 minutes straight, like this event is, with a whole bunch of HP bars. A Haramasa built as well as my Haramasa is, can like. Again, to be clear, the HP totals isn't like exactly comparable. I'm just like to give you a threshold of like to completely kill the boss, is quite hard, and is far to completely kill the boss is far beyond like what you actually need to do to get the like the rewards for it. But to completely kill the boss, like Haramasa can be used against enemies that are weak to his element, and get in the neighborhood of say like killing 80% of the HP. So like if in Zenless if the full HP was the 10,000 HP bars, he can say kill 8,000 out of the 10,000 HP bars, right? With someone playing him well. If I play him, I would probably get like 40%. Same builds and everything potentially, or very similar builds. I play him and I probably get 40%, right? My eyes hurt every time you use him. I'm sorry. People keep asking me to use him when I play. I wouldn't even use him if people didn't ask me. I've only used him when people ask me to use him on stream. So, and to be clear, Haramas is, I think, the most significant example of like there being a very significant difference in using him properly or not. But like, yeah. Anywho's, they nerfed Eva. Wait, they nerfed Eva? What? I thought there was no changes on Eva. Or do you mean a C6 thing? I think the C6 thing might not actually be a nerf because it was rephrased to change how the thing works. I don't know. I thought they buffed his C2 or whatever, so his like swirl whatever. If they nerfed his C6, the reason they did that is because they didn't want people doing C6 crit DPS Eva, because Mihoyo hates fun for some reason. But then they released Lanyan, who becomes one of the better anima DPSs in the game at C1 for some godforsaken reason, which I'm happy about. She's really fun, but like, yeah, they buffed his C2. I thought. Which, for how he's intended to be used, is a buff. Yeah, that's all they did. And then the C6 was apparently nerfed, supposedly. Which is whoop-de-doo. Quite frankly. Like, he wasn't going to be a good DPS at C6, okay? Okay? He wasn't. He was going to be a better one at C6. But not a good one. And all they did was make something that was not good, slightly less not good. I don't think it's going to change the experience of DPSing him that much, whether or not he had that full power C6. It does beg the question of why. Why did they do it? I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall in as far as what goes into the decisions of how they're balancing characters. I would love to. I don't know. Seems quite unnecessary to make him slightly weaker with his C6 as far as crit DPSing goes, but it also doesn't really matter that much, so I don't know. The number one thing they could do is increase his healing, I think, and they did not do that. They just buffed his like swirl / electro charge buffing passive. Anyways, I think I would help the Genshin team a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I was a fly on the wall, I'd probably look for a fly swatter. Sorry, that was very dark. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't resist making dark jokes sometimes. Like, I would love to be a fly on the wall, but I suspect being a fly on the wall and observing Mihoyo's decision making would make me look for a fly swatter. It would be like, hey, I'm glad I learned why Mihoyo makes these decisions. Now end me. I want to know why they make these decisions. Why? Lanyan's a Liyue 4-star. Eva's a male character, their bias might be showing. Yeah, maybe. By the way, another fun fact with Zenless. You know, versus Genshin. This doesn't really mean anything, especially because like Zenless releases more 5-star characters on average. I want to emphasize that. This is a I forgot what the fallacy is called, but this is a not good argument. My point is I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just stating a fact. That is not meant to mean anything. You know, the last time we got male 5-stars was Risley Nubilet. You know, that was in fall 2023. Other than Kanich. Sorry, to be clear. So my point with that is, right now, in about a year and, you know, about a year and a half, about 18 months, we've gotten one male 5-star. And, you know, wow. One male 5-star in 18 months. Zenless seems to like they're gonna have 3 new male 5-stars. This is ignoring the launch characters. 3 male 5-stars. Wait, is it 3? I think it's 3, right? I'm blanking right now. So, anyways, and again, most of the characters that Zenless releases are 5-stars. It's not a correct comparison, but it does feel kind of bad that, you know, that Zenless might have like 4. It wouldn't surprise me if Zenless has 4 male 5-stars in a year, and Genshin only has 1 in 2 years. That would be 8 times more male 5-stars in Zenless, the game that people call a Gooner game, right? Like, oof. But anyways, at least Oron is a really good character, and Kenichi's interesting. But, you know, at least one of the strongest DPSs in the game is a boy. I guess. Although, if he wasn't a dragon, would they have let him be that strong? Let's be real. If he wasn't a dragon, what would he be? I don't know. Anyways. I know some Genshin players who are girls who aren't happy about the lack of males. Yeah. Oh yeah, Haramasa. That was the one I was forgetting. I was like Hugo, Lighter in my brain. That's why I was confused and stumbling on 3. Yeah, Hugo, Lighter, Haramasa. I forgot about Haramasa. Whoops. Even though I just talked about him. Dumb brain. Yeah, Nuvulette would be Siegewane, yeah. Imagine if Siegewane was a Melusine dragon. Like, Siegewane would have just... Okay. Actually, as far as, like, another comparison to, like, to help anyone understand why I think Escofia's balance is a problem, it's like if Siegewane released, and Siegewane, instead of being like, oh, Siegewane's burst had 1 Nuvulette charge attack, how about Siegewane's burst counted as 4 Nuvulette charge attacks? So that Siegewane is a team-wide healer and buffer for Furina, and enables double Hydro, but also is just stronger than Nuvulette. And has interruption resistance at C0, which Nuvulette doesn't have. That's kind of what Escoffier feels like. Escoffier compared to other off-fielders in the game, as far as her balance goes. It's like, oh, what if Siegewane was literally just better than Nuvulette completely, 100% of the time?
If you ever want to trade...
Yeah, more people would have pulled her, but that wouldn't be good game. That would not be good balance. Have you played Astra with Nuvulette kit in Hall 0? Yeah, I did once. That's such a... They need to do that in Genshin. How have they not done it in Genshin? Anyways, whatever. Bye, Sloan, I have to go. That's fine. I have to go too. I'm just yapping about power creep at this point. You know who is not power creep? Our one and only beloved Dehya. I so much more appreciate interesting kit ideas that are a little bit underpowered more than, you know, boring kit ideas that are way overpowered. Dehya is the only 10 out of... No, Dehya is not the only 10 out of 10. Dehya is one of many 10 out of 10 characters as far as kit designs to me. Although she could use being a little bit stronger. But I understand why she is balanced the way she is because, you know, she's a standard banner character, so their whole intention was that, you know, she gets stronger over time. And I think they did actually a good job of this, like, linear increase as you get constellations. The struggle, of course, is, like, it's quite hard to consistently get constellations that you want for standard characters, but anyways. There's a Dehya kit that works, but in HSR. Yeah, but hasn't Fu Xuan been power crept? Or not power crept. Isn't Fu Xuan like kind of garbage in HSR? My overall vibe was on Fu Xuan's first rerun because I was considering getting her. I was still playing then. But Fu Xuan, by the time she got her first rerun, basically seemed a bit more sus for her kit because of the fact that they had scaled enemies' damage such that like Fu Xuan just like isn't a capable sustain. She still works? Okay, well it's something at least. So anyways, but yeah, Fu Xuan, like Dehya's kit would probably look a little bit more like Fu Xuan if Dehya was a limited character. So anyways, I think it's important to acknowledge that yes, on a business level, it makes sense that they make standard banner characters a little bit less powerful. And I don't know, I think a standard banner character that has the ability to scale like Dehya and has her defensive supportive value is pretty good. But I don't know, she has lost a little bit of value as far as her off-field pyro value and whatever. It's been less relevant since, you know, Mika releases a Mika E-bot or Pyro Traveler, even arguably, I guess. But yeah, they're adding Fu Xuan to standard. Are they really? Yep. Well, there you go. I don't know what illustrates Star Rail's power creep more than that. Oh boy. Yep. When Fu Xuan released, she was amazing, but the enemies got much stronger. Yeah. So at least Dehya's tanking ability is still very competent. But yeah. Anyways. And her exploration value is quite high as a comfort exploration character. A little bit of a speed increase for movement. Tanking is nice in overworld. Interruption resistance quite nice for overworld. You know, you die less from those random enemies that do like a laser on you for 3 seconds straight. And then you have the thing like her passive healing, of course, for either underwater or when there's air that burns you, as we saw earlier. So yeah, anyways, I like Dehya's kit a lot, and I'm glad I'll be able to get C4 this year at minimum, and then C6 in 10 years. And then she becomes C1 Hu Tao-ish, kind of. Wow. Crazy. And we'll see. I suspect Dehya, Sitlali, Escoffier will be one of the places where I like Escoffier, but we'll see what I end up wanting to balance Escoffier's power level at. If Mihoyo won't balance her, I'll at least balance her. But again, my preference would be a rework, not like just a nerfing. Because all I can do when she releases, I can nerf her myself. I can do that. I can nerf her. But I cannot rework her kit. And I would prefer a rework, not just a nerfing. Escoffier Dehya buff. Escoffier is a buff for, I think, Dehya's team options potentially. I don't know. I think you can do like Furina, Escoffier, Sitlali, and I think Furina, Escoffier, Sitlali, Dehya might become Dehya's best team. Actually, not even by. I'm like 90% confident that's going to be the case. I'm pretty sure Furina, Escoffier, Sitlali, Dehya is Dehya's best team. Like, you get 35% res shred for Furina's damage. You get 20% res. You get 35% res shred for Escoffier's and Furina's damage. Wait, no. Sorry. You get 15% res shred for Escoffier's damage, 35% res shred for Sitlali's damage, and 20% res shred for Dehya's damage. And you have Furina's damage, and you have Escoffier's, yeah. Escoffier is functionally, in the same way that Escoffier is a buff for Ayaka, Escoffier, it should be about buff for Dehya. So, you know. And that's cool. It's kind of where, like, and then that's a context where I might not feel like I want to power down Escoffier. But I also feel like I'd be fine with powering down Escoffier. Still, even in that team. Like, I don't think I need a full power Escoffier. I don't necessarily think Escoffier is going to enable more melting on Dehya necessarily, but it should enable it to be a bit more consistent, which is interesting. But maybe it will be. I don't know. I haven't played with it yet. It'll be interesting. It'll depend on how the timings of her cryo lines up exactly relative to Sitlali's cryo application timings. You might be able to play it in a certain way that enables getting an extra melt or even two, versus Sitlali alone with Dehya. But yeah. Anyways. I like Dehya didn't like getting 3 copies in 2 weeks. I would absolutely take getting 3 copies in 2 weeks, but I'm pretty sure that would require some whaling that I don't wish to do. Anyways, I've been yapping for so long. I don't know. That was like an hour-long yap about power creep and things. I don't know. Henceforth, for another week, I am banned from talking about Escoffier. All right, I am banned from talking about Escoffier from anything other than the positive context. If anyone brings up Escoffier, I'll be like, yeah, it's cool that Shenhe and Chongyun stuff seems like fun, and using her for Dehya seems like fun. That's where we'll leave it at. And if I start complaining about her kit, tell me, hey, you said I'm going to limit my Escoffier complaints to once per week. That's my goal. Anyways, will Escoffier be good for Chaska too? Oh boy. Yes, I think Escoffier might be part of Chaska's best team now, because one problem Chaska has is reliance on Furina. I still feel that she has this problem, unless, like, Chaska is not reliant on Furina, I guess, technically, if you're doing Chaska. If you're playing Chaska, Bennett, Muika, Sitlali. But then you're doing Bennett, Muika, Sitlali, and the reason that's Chaska's best team is because of Muika getting a melt on her Q. Right. Which is so lame. Ew. How does this ban work with you planning to talk with Jeff tomorrow? It's probably not happening tomorrow, but I need to message him. I'm assuming it's not going to happen tomorrow. Like, so anyways, I refuse to consider Chaska's best team. I'm not going to acknowledge that Chaska's best team is Mika, Bennett, Zitlali, because it's her best team in the same way that, you know, Clorind on, well, probably not Clorind, but the same way that Kaching's best team is Mika, Bennett, Zitlali.
Wait.
Like, no. But I arguably this is one nice aspect of Escoffier just being a competent team-wide healer for Furina, is you can do Furina, Escoffier, and you probably still want a Pyro unit, but you could do like Furina, Escoffier, and you no longer need the team-wide heal, or he's not team-wide healing, but you don't need the healing from Bennett, right? So you could do Furina, Escoffier, Mika, Furina, Escoffier, Pyro Traveler, Xiangling. You could do Eonson, but if you're doing Furina, Escoffier, Eonson, you're not getting any of the big scaling reactions. You're not getting Vaporize or Melt. You're just getting Superconduct, Freeze, and Electrocharge. So I don't know. It still might be fine. I doubt it's gonna be her best team though. But anyways, I think it will open up team options for her, and Furina, Escoffier, Bennett might actually be her best team, is my guess. I don't know if it'll actually, I don't know that it will beat Mika, Bennett, Zitlali, but that's because of the stupidity that it is Mika, Bennett, Zitlali, with Mika melting on Q, right? But even then, it might still get close, right? So, I don't know. Furina, Escoffier, Bennett. And the reason for Bennett over Eonson is just because of Bennett being Pyro is important for Chaska's kit, not because of like any actual buffing value difference. And notably, by the way, it will also probably reduce her reliance on Furina, because you could do, say, Escoffier, Bennett, Eonson, or whatever, right? So, yeah. I don't know. I'd say that's one of the benefits, actually, if anything. Because Chaska was pretty limited, but I don't know. It's one of the benefits, but also yet another example of, like, yeah, another unit outside of the freeze context that Escoffier probably is just power creep, right? Like, should she be better than other Chaska teams? Is the question you have to ask. For Chaska, I think it's fine, because Chaska is like someone who is in need of more team options. So, you know, it's nice. Particularly that helps detach her from Furina or detach her from Bennett somewhat, as alternative options. But Bennett's still kind of desirable because of Pyro. So, I don't know. Chaska's got a weird kit as far as evaluating that question. Which, I don't know. Is Bennett part of, like, if you're doing a Escoffier... Because, like, something like a Escoffier... Eonson... plus Xiangling or plus Mika. This isn't even like a thought of like melting Mika's burst. This is just like having maybe Pyro Trap would work too. I don't know. But like having Pyro application that enables a Escoffier to melt in conjunction with potentially getting reactions on. I don't know. Anyways, like I think Escoffier opens up some interesting different options. Is my point for Chaska. So, yeah. Which I think is actually kind of cool. But, again, I think she could still do that for Chaska and not be as overpowered as she is. It's notable, by the way, that, again, Escoffier, like, if you're doing, you know, even if you're only doing, like, a Hydro and a Cryo, so just doing Furina Escoffier, you're getting 10% res shred for all of Chaska's Hydro and Cryo bullets, right? So, you know. Anyways, but I think Escoffier, Furina, Bennett might become Chaska's best team. And that team might actually be better. Might be better than Mika, Bennett, Zitlali for Chaska. Might. I'm not 100% certain. It would require doing math. But I think most people would absolutely play Escoffier, Furina, Bennett over Mika, Bennett, Zitlali. So I don't know. Favorite element reaction? Mine's a tie between burning and freeze. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is my favorite reaction? I mean, I don't think I have a favorite reaction. I just like the reactions in the game in general. It's not crystallize. There was a time where I would have said swirl, maybe. But swirl is... ugh. Honestly, I think it might be burning still. Yeah, I can kind of agree with you. I think I kind of agree. Burning has been the most fun reaction. Even before Emily's release, burning and burgeon, I'd consider burgeon to be like an ancillary, like sub-reaction that happens in conjunction with doing burning shenanigans. Swirl is fun, but BV sucks. Yeah, like swirl is great. I think swirl is a bit underutilized as far as in-character kits. Swirl is probably still up there as like, on paper, one of my favorite reactions, but a little bit underutilized in the current state of the game. But the kinds of shenanigans you can do with the fact that the Dendro Pyro reaction, with burning, like it's such a weird, unique reaction in the game, and what you can do with it is kind of fun. And especially after Emily's release, and like truly messing around with the different variants of like, hey, can we figure out the balance of having burning and doing something with it, doing something with having Dendro still, like. Yeah, I'll say burning. I'll say burning is still my favorite reaction. It's not me saying it's the strongest, but I think it is still my favorite, yeah. What is burgeon? Burgeon is when you do... I have a team configured that does that, but so burgeon is... So bloom, first of all, is the reaction when you do hydro on Dendro. You create those little bloom cores on the ground. If you hit those abilities with Electro, it triggers Hyper Bloom, which is a little missile that helps in enemies. But if you hit those little cores with a Pyro hit, which if you're doing burning, you're doing Pyro and Dendro together. So that means if you're doing Hydro, Dendro, and Pyro together, you can hit those cores with Pyro and they explode in an AoE instance of damage instead of a homing missile. Which doing AoE damage instead of single target damage does mean like, oh, at a baseline, Burgeon is stronger than Hyper Bloom, even though their damage scaling is the same, because Burgeon can deal damage to multiple enemies at once. But there's not actually that many AoE situations that Burgeon is necessary in, because the game just doesn't have that much endgame content, and it's way single target focused in the last long while. And then the other problem is like the burning reaction inherently limits how much Burgeons you can get. But it's still a very fun thing you can do. But Burgeon is usually not something you design a whole team around doing like only Burgeon damage. And instead it just happens to be something you can get some additional damage value from it when it's happening, is how I usually treat it. And I find it really cool. Hence why my point earlier, like I consider Burgeon to be like this additional benefit of like a fun thing you can do in conjunction with the burning reaction itself. So yeah. But anyways. Happy birthday, Dehya. I need to go take a break. I guess I'm going to go message the Jeff, and I got to go try to go through this polearms only video for tomorrow. So I've been yapping enough. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for watching. Should have a stream tomorrow. Probably a unit review stream. But watch the polearms only video before that.